Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see everybody here today. I'd like to call the Tuesday, March 25th, 2025 Board of County Commissioner meeting to order. First order of business will be the invocation led by Commissioner Nowicki, followed by the pledge with Commissioner Eggers.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today with our hearts full of gratitude for the opportunity to serve the people of Pinellas County. We thank you for the blessings of this community, for its beauty and spirit of unity. Grant us wisdom, O Lord, as we gather to make decisions that impact the lives of many. Guide our thoughts, our words, and our actions so that we may reflect justice, compassion, and the common good. Help us to listen with open hearts, speak with kindness, and act with integrity. Bless each commissioner and every person here today. Strengthen us in our responsibilities and remind us always that true leadership is service. May your peace dwell among us, and may we all bring glory to you and the benefit to those we serve. And we ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have citizens to be heard, and just give us a minute while we get the speaker cards. Thank you, sir. All right. All right, ready there, Dave? Okay, first we have Matthew David, followed by Michelle Gutila, and I apologize if I did not get that name correct. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. I'm Matthew. I'm with the Palm Harbor Library, PHL for short. And recently, Pinellas County Commissioners were invited to visit with us and other entities of the Palm Harbor Community Services Agency, AKA FICSA. So when Commissioner Nowicki visited, he raised some concerns. Today, as PHL's director, I am sharing 3 steps we've taken to address those concerns. 1, the brochures mentioning LGBTQ have not been removed, but rather relocated out of the children's area, as has the ephemera representing LGBTQ topics and specific nods to diversity. Interested parents, grandparents, and caregivers will be directed to these resources outside of the children's room. 2, the page in the strategic plan that mentions DEI has been removed from the document, which can be viewed on our website. It actually refers to a goal area that is obsolete, so this was very easily done. The DEI phrase does not appear in PHL's mission statement, also on our website. Number 3, we are scheduling a meeting later in April that will preview our plans for summer reading. It's an exciting time for libraries in their communities. And an invitation will be extended to the full commission. Any of you unable to attend will be given that information to look over. So these steps will be outlined in written form and submitted to the BOCC. Further review of high interest areas in the library, wherever and whenever they might be, will take place in partnership with the PHL Advisory Council. In closing, I want to borrow a phrase from a colleague of mine I think we could probably all agree with, which is that libraries are fundamental to freedom. Freedom for reading, freedom for being, and freedom for connecting with ourselves, our families, our friends, our neighbors, our leaders, and our community. I stand here having already met with my staff, the PHL Advisory Council, and the FICSA Board on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate you being here.
Would it be appropriate to ask him a quick question?
If you'd like to, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Normally, we don't ask questions, but I have a quick question from my visit yesterday. I visited the library as well, and I noticed that those things were taken down when I was there yesterday. You mentioned that you're having a meeting coming up about the summer reading program. Does that include, will that be including any potential pride displays in the children's section?
Yeah, so just for a little context, and if you'll just allow me just a couple of quick minutes on that. When we theme out bookshelves, it's not really primarily for promotion. It's because access and accessibility are tenets of library science. And we have over 90,000 materials, titles in our building. And so the next best read is maybe easier to find for those looking for them if they see the light of day from time to time. Now, Pride displays typically comprise less than 1% of our themed bookshelves every single year. We do well over 100. That said, those materials do circulate well, and we only have less than 1% of those titles in our children's section. They tend to circ about 6 times per item in that area over the last 2 years. So a little context, and then I promise I'll answer that question. Last year, we responded to the concerns raised in 2023 with kind of what we considered mindful, respectful adjustments, and the staff worked kind of vigorously to make that happen. That delicate balance around these issues, it's never perfect, but we always strive to achieve it effectively. And I say all that because with that in mind, and given our ability to want to do these things effectively, a themed bookshelf for Pride in the children's room is not planned this year. So that may be considered an unmet need. It probably will, but we are experts in library content and access and accessibility, so we will figure out how to meet those needs, the specific needs for the community outside of the children's room.
Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
All right, next we have, I think I got my cards messed up here. Susan Sudrow, followed by Rose Hart.
Hello, my name is Susan Sudrow, and my address is 16101 Courtside View Drive, Lithia, Florida 33547. I'm doing this for a friend of mine who was unavailable to come, and I represent several concerned Florida animal advocates. Basically, I don't know if you ever get a chance to read the reviews on these puppy stores in Pinellas County. And if you ever got a chance to, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have them here whatsoever. There are thousands of these reviews. I will try with the little bit of time I have to go through a few. Thank you very much for your time. My daughter and her family a few weeks ago bought a French Bulldog at this location. They now have a 6 puppy who brought kennel cough and Lord knows what else because one of their dogs has already developed pneumonia and the kennel cough. The puppy is sick. Please, everyone, do yourselves a favor, save your money and your heart, and go to a shelter and give an existing pet a chance of happiness. These people are no more than puppy mills turning out sickly pets. I went to Sunshine Puppies in November 25th, 2024. I bought a Cavacon. She is 3 months old. She immediately started coughing and sneezing. They gave me paperwork saying the puppy was vaccinated against kennel cough. The puppy's symptoms got worse. I went to a vet, and I have 3 different medications. The vet bill was $165.89. They have ignored all my calls and will not answer my phone or call me back. Please help me and all the other people who are going to end up in the same situation. I'd like to mention kennel cough is highly contagious. So if that puppy was in the store, then it's chances the other puppies got it as well. And anyone who came in the store, including staff, will be bringing it to their dogs as well. The place sells 6 dogs, and the care and conditions of these dogs is awful. The large dogs barely have room to turn around, and the walls and floors are covered in dog excrement and urine. It smells terrible, and the dogs are very lethargic. This place is a puppy mill. Please investigate. I'd also like to say these are all different people saying this over and over again. Thousands of these are here. All you have to do is look on the places like Google or Yelp or any of these places where they were allowed to say these things. Please do not support this. I purchased a 10-week-old Yorkshire Terrier puppy from Petland. Unfortunately, I paid $6,000 for the puppy. It had severe birth defects. It passed away at 19 weeks old. The only thing that was offered was a replacement puppy for everything this person went through, their family went through. And I apologize for going over my time.
Thank you. Rose Hart, followed by Dara Worthington.
My name is Rose Hart. I live at 519 Mariva Avenue in Clearwater, Florida. I really wasn't planning on speaking today, so bear with me. I will start with my hours I spend in the Publix parking lot on Gulf to Bay, pondering what our international guests that come in from the Tampa International Airport going to Clearwater Beach must think when they see Sunshine Puppy on the street there with hired people out there hawking with signs saying, "Puppies, puppies." The owner, Mr. Cohn, also pays these people to dress up in costume. One time I even saw an inflated dog costume with a person in the middle hawking these puppies. So I think our international visitors think, this is pretty medieval to have this type of thing going on this day and age in Pinellas County. I also sit there on weekends sometimes with my book on tape, especially the 3-day weekends, because they are supposed to have someone in there. He has these huge garage doors that are down, and I never see them come up whenever I'm there. And I don't know where they'd exactly walk these dogs on Gulf to Bay. Maybe there's a place in the back, I don't know. Maybe there's a teenager inside playing video games, but I don't think any puppies are being attended on these long weekends. Then that brings me to the question, I understand as commissioners, you are to represent the citizenry as well as the businesses. So my question is, don't you owe it to the citizenry to wipe out F and D-rated businesses that are purveyors of puppy mill dogs? I mean, I know this meeting is not about puppy mills, but where do you think these dogs are coming from? It's actually ungodly. So I heard I was listening to your meeting recently that, 14 days is too long if they have a citation, that they shouldn't have to not do business for 14 days. You said they could also sell merchandise. But my point is, if they have a citation, they shouldn't be doing business anyway. I know there's a small fine, $150 for the first one, $500 for the next one. What good does that do the puppies? You do bear responsibilities to represent the people that put you in office. And for anyone that says you need more stores, that is up to debate. As long as there are dogs on the street fending for themselves, getting hit by cars with no food to eat, as long as those dogs are able to come into your home, and I have taken many, and they are a godsend. I thank God every day for them. There should be no more puppy stores. It's already an embarrassment that there is, as long as there are puppies that need help.
Thank you. Dara Worthington, followed by Dan Cohn.
Greetings, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Dara Worthington. I am the CEO of Friends of Strays. We are the first no-kill shelter in St. Petersburg. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Oh, just start? Okay. Okay, again, I am the CEO of Friends of Strays, first no-kill shelter in St. Petersburg. We have been working diligently over the last 46 years to save the lives of animals right here in our community. I do want to let you guys know that Pinellas County is the fourth worst county in the state of Florida for life-saving, and that is due to one nonprofit shelter in particular that is keeping those numbers down. In addition, Florida is the number 5 worst in the country for life-saving. So we are in a crisis situation here, and we do not need to bring more animals into this state. Friends of Strays is working diligently again to partner with low-resource shelters within the state of Florida to address the life-saving issue. We routinely transfer animals in from these shelters that don't have the resources to care for them. These animals are at risk for being euthanized at these shelters, and we bring them in and literally save their lives. Our number one priority is Pinellas County. We work very closely with Pinellas County Animal Services, and I'm proud to work with Jennifer Renner. I'm so thrilled that she was recently named the permanent director of PCAS. I also want to thank her for setting up the roundtable discussion with both the puppy stores and shelter directors like myself and animal advocates in the area. I think it's a great opportunity for conversation. I am in full support of the ordinance changes that Jennifer Renner and her team has suggested, and will advocate for those while having intelligent conversations with the puppy store owners as well. I am thankful that you all are open to listening to us and hope to further this conversation. I plan on making an appointment with each one of the commissioners to have further conversation about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Dan Cohn, followed by Ron Walker. Morning, or afternoon.
Good morning, everybody. Dan Cohn, Largo, Florida. So I decided I'm going to read this to you, and I really didn't want to, but here's a post that says, Tuesday, March 25th, commission meeting, private event held by, and there's 2 people that are on that side of the room that are hosting this event. And I'm, out of respect, I'm not going to give you their names, but you know them well. And then the second post is, do not post this on social media about this event. The pet stores will show up, and we do not want them there. And if they get invited, Dan Cohn will show up, and it's damaging to their agenda. All of you, especially the ones that are returning commissioners, know my history. You know my desire to be transparent, to work with the community, to work with the leaders of the community, including the leaders of the community on that side. Having a round table is fantastic, but having a round table with individuals that are promoting the same propaganda over and over, it creates more and more problems. At the end of the day, I beg you to fact check everything I've said. I also beg you to fact check everything that they were saying, because it's not necessarily true or accurate. When you look at reviews on these stores, they're the exact same people reviewing all of the stores, and they just inundate us with reviews. The reason some of our businesses are rated so low is because they inundate us with bad reviews. But I've met with many of you. I've met with many of you many years ago. You know that the program that we were working on was groundbreaking transparency. It never happened in the country or in the world. And it was reported completely falsely. I was also reported completely falsely that I was recognized as the lowest care to my babies in the county. That report is false. It's not even true. There's no facts behind it. It's just more and more propaganda. In reference to doing a roundtable, to coming together and working together, I've said it at every meeting to every single one of the leaders that are sitting over there. I want to work with you. I've spent hours with you, Anna. I want to work with these people. But I want to be transparent. I want to be factual. You know, the Board of Commissioners is at a crossroads. We either have to make a decision that sends the message very clearly that we care about our babies, we care about oversight, equalized oversight, or we can keep feeding into the propaganda, and we'll be here in another year and a half, another 2 years for sure, doing the exact same thing over and over. I asked the board to really consider it. I asked the board to reach out to me. I asked the board to ask me to show them any information they'd like, because I've always been an open book. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Guys, feel free to reach out to me. You know, I'm very open book with all of you.
Okay, now we have Ron Walker, followed by Michelle Gutia.
Ron Walker, 7100 Olmerton Road, Largo. I'd like to start off by congratulating Commissioner Nowicki for exposing that library. That's a terrific accomplishment. Good going. Further, last week I was a little under the weather and I watched your Thursday meeting, portions of it, and I was really impressed with the myriad of contracts you guys discussed and the volumes of dollars involved in them. And it occurred to me that each one of them is a potential for a thief to steal from you. If he's clever and he leaves no evidence, you have no mechanism to expose him. I just thought I'd mention it again. Further, I was impressed with Counselor White's assistant, Cromwell. Number's very important to him. And I'd like her to carry back to him this number this week. The thieves I've been watching stole from the people of Pinellas County, which you are sworn to protect, $130,000 right under his nose. When you want to collect the money, let me know, guys. Otherwise, I'll see you at the next meeting and expose what they stole next month. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Michelle Gutilla, followed by Belinda Blees.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michele Guttilla. I'm an international student at St. Petersburg College, majoring in Public Policy and Administration. The reason why I'm here today is because I'm currently enrolled in my final capstone class, and I would like to share with you briefly the research I've been conducting in the past few months for my final project. As a public policy and administration student who's always been passionate about communications, I wanted to conduct a research that could help me identify the necessary skills that students need to be successful in the field of communications. With my project, my final goal is to develop a framework that could help government institutions create training workshops for graduate students who want to pursue a career in this field. For my research, of course, I read many research papers and articles, but I also wanted to gain direct information from the main stakeholder involved in this project. So I conducted a survey among students from local colleges, and I ask them questions about their skills, for example, public speaking, how to deal with social media, how to write press releases, and I asked how comfortable they felt with them and how they can improve their skills. I also had the opportunity to interview many experts in the field, experts who work in government communications, professors who teach communication classes, and both the survey and the interviews helped me find these skills that are so crucial for future public communicators. For example, they all emphasize the importance of adaptability, knowing how to deal with crises and emergencies. They also emphasize the importance of knowing how to use social media platforms and knowing the strategies on how to use it. And they also encourage students to get familiarized with new tools like artificial intelligence that is becoming more and more prevalent in the communication industry. At this point in my research, I'm still creating the framework for these workshops, and I hope to design a program that will provide students the necessary skills to be successful in this field. I'm really excited to see the potential impact that my research could have on future students, and I hope that it will encourage students to to pursue a career in government communications, or just in general to engage more in public service. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed this brief presentation.
Thank you. Okay, Belinda Blees, followed by Anna Cook.
Hi, I'm Belinda Blees, 10698 106th Street, Largo. According to the largest running no-kill rescue and adoption organization, 1.5 million healthy adoptable cats and dogs are euthanized each year in the U.S. because there simply are not enough homes for them all. Most puppies in these pet stores are trucked hundreds of miles from puppy mills to these stores while their parents are left behind to suffer indefinitely in puppy mills. It's time to shut these stores down. I also like to remind you that the gentleman, Dan Cohn from Sunshine Puppies, was cited by the Pinellas County Animal Services for not following their direction to take a sick husky puppy to the vet, and the dog died. Some of the commissioners here claim that there are only 22 complaints about the puppy stores in Pinellas County, complaint to Pinellas County Animal Services. However, there are many more than that. These pet stores have thousands of complaints and poor reviews. Sunshine Puppies of Largo, Petland, Blue Sky Puppies have an F rating by the Better Business Bureau due to numerous unresolved complaints. These are living souls. They feel pain, stress, and anxiety. They should be feeling love, safety and comfort. I volunteer for a local animal rescue. Trust me, we are not short on puppies in this county. And why are you all making decisions without reaching out to your constituents on what we want? You work for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anna Cook, followed by Emma. Oh boy, I'm really going to destroy that last name. Is there an Emma in the crowd? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Anna Cook. I'm a resident of Pinellas County and the editor of the New Barker Dog Magazine, publishing since 2006. Thank you for this opportunity. Allowing additional pet shops to sell puppies would be a huge step backwards for animal welfare and consumer protection, and would undoubtedly be very unpopular with county residents. I do support additional regulations on current stores, but also want to correct some inaccuracies from the past meeting where this was discussed. There have been more than 22 complaints on pet retail sales of puppies. A cursory check on Google, the Better Business Bureau, Yelp, and social media will indicate this. There are more than 1,100 complaints and one-star reviews on Google alone for the 6 stores in Pinellas County. There's been a lot of discussion on the Canine Care Certified Program, a voluntary breeder program run by Purdue University. It's crucial to note that there is not a single local or state law in the nation that requires stores to source from CCC breeders. The puppy mill pet shop industry has pushed this idea, but lawmakers have never gone for it. The program only represents about 2% of the commercial breeding industry, has major enforcement deficiencies, lacks transparency, and could be discontinued at any time should donations or Purdue University support dry up. According to the CCC website, 227 breeders are currently certified after an estimated 10,000 commercial breeders in the nation. There's nowhere near enough CCC breeders to fill pet stores' cages with weeks-old puppies. Yet even the largest puppy store chain touts the program and tells lawmakers they source mostly from CCC breeders. Public records show this is not true. It was also stated in your last meeting that California has seen an increase in puppy scams because of its statewide ban on the sale of puppies in pet shops. It's crucial to note that there is no evidence of this. California has long been a target for puppy mills. No one thought puppy mills would merely give up on the market when their humane pet store law was passed. But make no mistake, California's ban on the sale of puppies in pet shops remains an important and effective law and makes puppy mills go to great lengths to try to still reach that market. There is no effort to repeal California pet store law and no interest outside of the puppy mill industry in giving puppy mills storefronts in California communities again. I want to add that today is Humane Lobby Day in Tallahassee, and I want to thank the animal advocates that have traveled up there to speak to the state representatives on behalf of animal welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Emma, followed by Christian Krager.
Hello, my name is Emma Gelpasut. First, I want to thank all the commissioners for your time today. I'm an international student from St. Pete College. I'm majoring in public policy and administration. I'm currently taking my final class at SPC, which is the public policy capstone taught by Professor Kwan Chernobyl. As part of the requirement for this class, I'm presenting my capstone project to you, the Board of County Commissioners. My capstone project title is Creating Pathways for International Students to Gain Employment Opportunities in Pinellas County through Optional Practical Training, OPT. As an international student, we're eligible to work in the United States for up to 1 year after graduation under the OPT program. So this means after graduation, we'll get work authorization after our graduation. So my goal for this capstone project is to create a clear pathways for international students to be able to work in the U.S. In Pinellas County for 1 year. I believe it would be incredibly valuable if the county could establish a collaborative program that partners directly with SPC's career services. This partnership would give students a chance to gain real-world experience in their field. This program wouldn't require any visa sponsorship from the county. All the students would already have work authorization. The only thing needed would be some funding to help launch and support the program, and it wouldn't require a large investment. I also conducted a survey among current international students at SPC. The results were very encouraging. International students said they would be highly likely to apply for job opportunities. And with Pinellas County, if a clear pathway existed, these are highly motivated students. This program wouldn't just help students, it would also bring real value to Pinellas County. It's also a cost-effective hiring option since OPT students already have work authorization and require no visa sponsorship. It offers short-term staffing support that could lead to long-term impact for both international students and Pinellas County and St. Pete College. And thank you again to all commissioners for your time and for consideration for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Christian Krager, followed by Elizabeth Schwartz. Do we have a Christian Krager? Okay. Going once? Is she coming up? Okay. Yes, come on. Are you Christian?
I'm Elizabeth.
Okay, so there was no, so Christian's not here. Okay. All right, Elizabeth, you're up.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Elizabeth Schwartz from Clearwater. I am speaking today to oppose a proposed resolution provided to me and others by Commissioner Nowicki. This resolution claims to ensure that the library is free, quote, free from any DEI influence and ideological promotion, unquote, when in fact this resolution would promote an ideology of isolation and discrimination. Imagine a library prohibited from displaying materials for Women's History Month, Martin Luther King Day, Ramadan, Passover, Pride, etc., etc. All these things enrich and inform our communities. In my long and thorough visit to the Palm Harbor Library, I spoke to 4 librarians, all with master's degrees in library science. They are all dedicated to making sure that all patrons, including children, find a safe, warm, friendly space. I saw a colorful poster in the children's room showing 6 children of different colors and ethnicities holding books. The caption was simply, "We need diverse books." In my many years utilizing libraries on behalf of my family as well as volunteer work, I have never seen a single thing that concerned me relating to appropriate materials. Likewise, nothing at the Palm Harbor Library caused me concern. These posters and displays appeared to be a problem for Commissioner Nowicki during his visit. The American Library Association has a Bill of Rights. Quote, libraries should provide materials and information presenting all points of view. In an Orwellian twist, number 3 in this resolution includes regular audits of material and accountability measures for staff found in violation. This is all very unsettling and reminiscent of authoritarian regimes across the world. It is also my understanding there have been thinly veiled references to the Commission's power of funding. It is not a coincidence that on March 20th, the Trump administration allowed DOJ to tamper with the Institute of Museum and Library Science Services and begin elimination of funding. On March 22nd, Florida Representative Jakes joined this attempt by sending Largo Library a similarly ominous letter threatening lack of funding. One can see where this is going. In closing, I quote from the education portion of Commissioner Nowicki's own campaign website, quote, parents know how to raise their children best, not politicians, unquote. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Daryl Henderson, followed by Alexandria Julian. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Daryl Henderson here from the Recovery Epicenter Foundation. Recovery Epicenter Foundation is proud to announce the grand opening of the Outfield, the new peer-led recovery center in Pasco County on April 4th, 2025. The Outfield builds on the success of the Catcher's Mitt, which launched in Clearwater in March of 2023. Since then, the Foundation's peer respite program has provided a safe, cost-free space for more than 1,000 individuals seeking support who might not qualify for traditional medical services. Thanks to a generous grant from Baycare, this initiative has helped prevent homelessness, reduce emergency room visits, and lower overdose rates by connecting over 80% of participants to long-term recovery programs and housing solutions. With funding from the Pasco Opioid Abatement Board, the Outfield quietly opened its doors on February 17, 2025, and has already provided safe landing for 30 people in crisis. The Foundation is now exploring opportunities to open additional centers in Hernando, Manatee, and Hillsborough counties. Grand opening, as I said, will take place next Friday, April 4th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. The Outfield location is 9224 Elza Street in Newport Richey, and I will be forwarding a flyer for this event to each one of the county commissioners. I want to thank you for your support in our efforts to help reduce addiction in our community, and thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you. Alexandria Julian, followed by Andrea Wells.
Hey, hello. My name is Alexandria Julian. My name is Alexandria Julian. My family owns All About Puppies. I expressed these concerns during our most recent roundtable discussion with local activists, animal services, and stakeholders. Our family business is facing challenges with the recommended changes to the current pet retail sales ordinance. To begin, the canine care certification requirement is completely unattainable and unrealistic. This recommendation or change alone will effectively put us out of business. In addition, as it stands today, the current ordinance, as you can see by what I brought here, requires extensive documentation maintenance and upkeep. It takes 3 full-time employees just to complete this alone. I provided you all with one example of one puppy's point-of-sale packet. We have to submit one of these with every single dog sold on a monthly basis. I have highlighted every section that the county on a monthly basis is combing through looking for error. Missing a digit is a violation. Losing, missing, or skipping a point of sale, they're numbered on the bottom right, is also a violation. Even providing the wrong color copy of the carbon copy point of sale, which contains the same information, is also a violation. Under the new recommendation, minor errors in these documents, human error, can lead to the revoking of our license. It is literally setting us up to fail. These changes are driven by the same groups that have been working the last 10 years to completely ban the retail sale of pets, not by community demand or for the animal welfare improvements that they keep saying. In fact, Animal Services in our recent roundtable discussion, when asked, explained that there has been no customer complaints in regards to the source of our puppies, and you guys all saw the presentation on the 20th. There's been very minimal complaints in general, less than 1%. I will echo here what I also addressed in the roundtable, that the current ordinance is working. The recommendations are purely a performative action to give the illusion that it's going to do something additional for the animals. It is not. It's either designed to put us out of business or, much like the first ordinance, it will be used to gain intel to then attack us again in the future. It's a matter of one edited photo, one fabricated story, one violation out of 4,800, one convenient detail that supports the narrative that will bring us here again inevitably. You expressed your concern that this ordinance is a guise that's being set up, that we're being set up for failure, and that is exactly what's happening. We want to thank you, though, for the very honest dialogue that you guys had on the 20th. It was very refreshing, and we are grateful to have a commission that will look out for the best interest of the community and the constituents. This has been a struggle for us year after year, though our community has chosen us and our breeders for 30 years. Protecting our business from unnecessary regulation is crucial. We urge that you reconsider the reopening of this ordinance, as continuous overregulation for our 30-year-old small family business that's become a staple in the community is not an option. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate your time, and I hope that I can meet with you guys in the future.
Thank you. All right. Andrea Wells.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrea Wells. It appears she's appearing by phone.
Oh, okay. All right.
Ms. Wells, if you're with us, can you please press *9 so we can unmute you? Ms. Wells, can you hear us? Please state your name and address for the record.
Is she there?
She may be, I'm not sure if it's her, it's just a phone number, but she may be having technical difficulties.
Okay.
Do you have more in person?
Yeah,
or-
we can move it. Greg Pound.
Greg Pound, Largo, Florida. I'd like to read something here out of the Bible. This comes out of, this is John chapter 4, verse 10. And this is what it says. It says, or verse 20, it says, if a man say, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar. For he that loveth not his brother whom he hath seen, how can he love God whom he hath not seen? So my issue is always been families. My ministry is called savingfamilies7@gmail.com. And, you know, as I go down to the beach and I see the young people and I see the way the women are dressed, when you have a shoestring going up these girls, just right up the crack of their butt, that's all they have, and they're dressed in total nudity. Why this county doesn't put an ordinance like they did in Miami on a dress code, on some kind of on something. And it's like, you know, it's really sad. I mean, I can't get any of the street preachers to come down to the beach with me because they don't want to go down there because of the nudity. So to me, it tells me there's a real problem if those who are supposed to implement self-control and they can't deal with it. And so you know the problems you've had with the police officers down there and them getting involved in all this stuff and running people over on the beach and what was going on at the time and all this other stuff. I was just wondering why you guys don't do something as a county, why you have all these young people down here, you got total nudity, and you're not protecting them. I mean, if you're not going to teach the next generation, you ask any of them what love is, and they'll tell you it's sex. And this county is known for, they call this Penis County up in Tallahassee, Florida. That's what this county is known as. This county, Pinellas County. And we've got so much problems with immorality, it's a cesspool. And so all I can do is I live in this county. If I could move and get out here, I would. I'm stuck here until something happens, and I'm just saying that if we don't get back to the Bible and get back to family and teaching the Word of God, abstinence till marriage, and building our families, go look at our divorce rate. Look at the divorce rate among us. I mean, You know, the Bible says you have sex outside of marriage, you're defiling yourself, and it's going to bring judgment on you. And so that's what we have today in society. We have a real problem. The churches have accepted divorce. The Bible says God says one man, one woman till death do you part. And if we don't get back to that and standing up for it and fighting for it, and it's going to take the men. If the men don't go ahead and realize it's their responsibility to love the women as Christ loved the church. No matter what your wife does, whatever it is, you're supposed to be faithful to that woman and love her as Christ loved the church and love your family and die to yourself. And if we don't get back to that, we're in big trouble. And, you know, I don't know what else. I've been coming here for years trying to expose the corruption of what, we need Doge here in this county because of the corruption, the financial corruption. This county has stolen millions of dollars from the people, millions. You guys deal with millions of dollars.
Thank you, Greg. Next, we have David Ballard-Geddes Jr. And David, if you could give your card to the clerk there, I'd appreciate it.
Hi, thank you, Chairman. David Ballard-Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. The Mosaic Phosphate Mining Company, they held a public meeting in Plant City earlier this month on March 11th to inform us that they intend on injecting wastewater from their phosphate mining operations into the ground. The Mosaic Phosphate Company wants to take the same type of toxic sludge that the Piney Point disaster spilled into Tampa Bay, and they want to pump their toxic wastewater into the ground, infecting the groundwater with the caustic waste fluids of their phosphate mining operations. The Mosaic Phosphate Mining has unearthed nearly half of Central Florida in search of nitrogen-based fertilizers and raw materials that are ultimately refined into the making of plutonium, desecrating the Florida landscape in their process. The phosphate mining has proven to be a horrible steward of the Florida ecostructure and the environment in general. When the Mosaic phosphate industry tries to explain their logic of injecting caustic, noxious, corrosive phosphate wastewater into a confined, salty layer of the aquifer, what could possibly go wrong here? I don't trust them or their chemistry. Intermixing chemicals or components into the groundwater, into a saline or brine-like substrate, could very well cause a chemical reaction underground using the salty substrate as a catalyst, causing things to react underground, injecting such noxious waste. And as a result of injecting these things into the groundwater, the catalyst of such could cause an expansion underground, could cause an eruption or even an explosion underground. Once the phosphate wastewater is interjected underground, such potential catalyst of such wastewater will remain in the substrate indefinitely, interjecting toxins, possible carcinogens, causing gases to build up underground, could cause an explosion. It's all a ticking time bomb just waiting to erupt. I think this injecting of phosphate waste into the substrate is a national security issue, and we need to take a second look at what this industry intends on doing with their waste fluids. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, the next few we have are either by phone or Zoom. Is Andrea Wells there?
Ms. Wells, if you can hit *9 on your phone to unmute. Ms. Wells, if you select *9, then the prompt should come up for us to unmute you. You can select it. I'm going to move on. Looks like she's still having difficulties.
All right, next on Zoom, we have Connie Aguero.
Connie Aguero, If you can hear us, please raise your virtual hand in Zoom or press star 9 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Connie Aguero. I live at 10859 First Way North in St. Petersburg. I live in the Gateway Mobile Home Park. And I'm want to speak about the substantial damage letter that was received. Nearly 200 people in this park received that letter a week and a half ago, 5.5 months after the storm. Many of those people have no damage or very little damage. And so the question that, and I know that you're not answering questions during this time, but I hope that it will be addressed in your meeting later on and possibly with our management. How was this determined without inspecting the individual homes? I mean, I've got a substantial damage letter, but I had no water in my home and I don't have substantial damage. And I understand there's a process, but you're making senior citizens stand on their heads to prove that they didn't, rather than the inspections initially would have actually determined there was that damage. In addition, a number of people have gone over to the office to get help and get more information. And there is a lot of different information that is being distributed to the people. Some people have had an inspector come out and look and say, oh, no, there's no substantial damage. Others are told they have to pay $500 to have the inspector come out. So there is a lot of disinformation given to people who are coming into your offices. And it just is, it seems like it's people are very frustrated and frightened. And, the land of the law is, the law of the land is that, you're innocent until proven guilty. So everybody got this letter saying you've got it, when most of us don't have substantial damage. And making us stand on our heads to prove otherwise it seems really unfair. So I'm hoping that you will address this issue. I know somebody has been working with our park manager, but we haven't gotten any information about that yet. So thank you for listening, and I'm hoping that we can get around this so that it's not such a pain for our senior citizens.
Thank you. Next, we have Beata Carlson.
Ms. Carlson, can you please raise your virtual hand in the Zoom application so we can go ahead and unmute you? Ms. Carlson, can you hear us? Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Ms. Carlson, it looks like you're unmuted now. Can you hear us? I'm not getting any sound from her. She's experiencing technical difficulties, I believe.
Well, we can come back. How about we go on to Chris Steiner?
Mr. Steiner, please raise your virtual hand in the Zoom application. We'll go ahead and unmute you. Mr. Steiner, can you hear us?
Yes, do you read me now?
Yes.
Great. Thanks. I'm Chris Steiner in Clearwater, here to speak again, opposing water fluoridation, demanding you put both ending water fluoridation and removing the fluoridation equipment on the agenda to consider the new science that you can find in the article on the Fluoride Action Network website, fluoridealert.org, dated September 26, 2024, entitled Federal Court Rules That Water Fluoridation Poses an, quote, unreasonable risk, end quote, to children, by Stuart Cooper. And that unreasonable risk, the federal court ruled that the current EPA recommended level of 0.7 parts per million poses an unreasonable risk, requiring EPA to revisit their recommendations. In the study published in the medical journal JAMA Pediatrics on January 6, 2025, entitled Fluoride Exposure and Children's IQ Scores, a systematic review and meta-analysis, by Kyla W. Taylor, PhD, Sorena E. Epham, PhD, Christopher A. Sabrizi, MPH, and all, which have since been amplified by the likes of RFK Jr. and Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo. I'm an organizer for We Are Change Tampa at wearechangetampa.org, administrator of the Facebook group Tampa Bay Water Freedom at facebook.com/group/Tampa Water, where you can find more information and learn more to organize. At my personal site, theliberationstation.com. That's theliberationstation.com. You'll find a wealth of information on topics like water fluoridation by clicking on the blogs page, selecting the water fluoridation blog, and also on the links page, there's the Safe for Water Anti-Water Fluoridation, Environmental, Natural, Fluoride-Free, and Mercury-Free Dentistry section. If water fluoridation were forced medication, county commissioners, city council members, and others responsible for adding it would be practicing mass medicine for which there is no license. Thus, the industrial discharge, quote unquote, industrial discharge additive is actually forced toxification under the guise of forced medication. Mass mandated administration of admitted industrial waste, absent informed consent, and coupled with prohibitively high water rates that should be lowered by ending water fluoridation, these breaches of the public trust destroy a resource needed by a civilian population, especially as fluoride is far more damaging and deadly to kidney dialysis patients, the young, the elderly, and the health sensitive. That's a war crime and crime against humanity, contrary to the prohibitions of the Nuremberg Principles, Hague Conventions, Geneva Conventions, and Helsinki Rules. For more, see the paper entitled Reflections on the Legal Regime of Water During Armed Conflicts, paper presented at the 5th Pan-European International Relations Conference, Section 31, Panel 8, The Hague, September 9th through 11th, 2004, by Mara Tignino. I asked dentists and other physicians who recommend fluoride if they have
Thank you,
first
Mr.
performed any
Steiner.
toxicity. Thank you. Take care.
Next on Zoom, we have, is it Pat Metcalf, I believe?
Yes. Pat Metcalf, if you please raise your virtual hand in the Zoom application. And go ahead, unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Metcalf, and my background is nurse practitioner, adjunct professor of nursing and critical care nursing. And as commissioners, you do have a vital role to protect your citizens' health and to protect their rights. And in a free society where people have bodily sovereignty, citizens should be able to decide what drugs they will put into their own bodies. Well, fluoride is classified as a drug by the FDA, and your citizens are denied the right to opt out of fluoride in their drinking water. As a free society, it's important that we do not set a precedent of mass medicating the public through their drinking water without their consent. Governor DeSantis has explicitly stated he's against mass medication with fluoride in our water system. Also, our Surgeon General, our highest medical authority, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, has admitted that he was trained in medical school to support fluoride, but after conducting his own research, he now urges all of Florida to stop fluoridation. He cited 72 robust studies where fluoride was shown to reduce our children's IQ. How many more studies need to be done to stop fluoride in our water and protect our children's IQ? I ask again, how many more studies need to be done to stop fluoride in our water and protect our children's IQ? The CDC under oath has acknowledged research linking fluoride to brain damage, Alzheimer's, and dementia. The Lancet, one of the most prestigious medical journals, recommended that fluoride be classified as a developmental neurotoxin. I said neurotoxin. This would put fluoride in the same category as lead, mercury, arsenic. Does that concern you? Any dentist or doctor who's researched the dangers of fluoride, like Dr. Ladapo has, and still believes fluoride is safe, is quite frankly either brainwashed or has a personal agenda. The evidence is so clear now that even a federal judge, I said a federal judge, has ruled that fluoride poses an unreasonable risk to children. So will you do your job locally and protect the children and place fluoride on your next agenda? Already 40 Florida counties have protected their children by stopping fluoridation. 12 more cities in Florida have rejected fluoridation. I ask that you think about the children. Forced fluoridation is an outdated practice that sacrifices public health for negligible benefits. It's time to halt adding this neurotoxin to our drinking water. You prayed the Lord's wisdom at the beginning of your meeting today, and I pray that the Lord gives you wisdom to stop fluoridation as soon as possible locally. Thank you.
Thank you. And then one more time for Beata Carlson is,
Yetta Carlson, I see your hand is raised in the Zoom application. Please go ahead and unmute. Ms. Carlson, are you able to unmute?
nothing?
No, and it looks like she fell off the call.
Okay. All right, then the last public comment we have is agenda item 11, which is on consent agenda. Timothy Taylor.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tim Taylor. I represent NGM Insurance Company. I just got notice of this commission meeting on Thursday. By way of background, we have a lawsuit between this county and NGM Insurance Company, as well as American Empire Builders, over the Oak Woods Bridge Replacement Project. I'm here today because we originally had gotten bids from Cohen & Graham, which is up for approval today for a $4.7 million completion project. We originally got a bid from them for $2.9 million. Then, when we were going to go into contract with them 4 months ago, they submitted a bid for $3.5 million, which we balked at. Because of that, we wound up in a lawsuit. What concerns me is that we've been given notice of this hearing, and now it's a $4.7 million contract. I've asked for the bids that were received. I've asked for the invitation to bid documents to make sure that everything is on the up and up. It doesn't make any sense to me how a 50% bridge project that is original value of $3.3 million, 50% complete, should only have about $1.7 million in completion work, and now we're at $4.7 million. So I'm not saying, Commissioners, that approving this contract is wrong. I'm saying nobody's provided the other bids, nobody's provided the bid documents, and the same contractor has now inflated his bid from $2.9 million to $4.7 million. So I was given notice of this hearing, and all I'm here to do is to object, because even though we're adverse to each other, we have the same goal, which is obviously get the completion costs down to what they should be, mitigate damages. You have to protect your taxpayers' money. I have to protect my client. But as a resident of this county, nobody can see those bids. I've tried to go online and look at them. I can't see them. I've asked your counsel for them. Can't see them. Hopefully you guys have seen them. And hopefully you guys have all the information you need to approve this contract or reject it today, because it seems to be, could be a feature in our dispute going forward. So that's all I'm here for, just to let you know that these numbers that I've seen are outrageous and inflated, and there's nothing to support them. So please do your due diligence before you approve this. I don't want it to be a feature of our dispute later. We do have a common interest here to make sure that the completion costs are reasonable. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comments. So now we will move on to consent agenda. Would anybody like to pull any items on consent?
Yeah, 4, and maybe just a little explanation.
So 4 and 11, okay. Do we have motion for consent less 4 and 11? Motion by Commissioner Nowicki. Second by Commissioner Latval. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passed unanimously. Item number 4.
Yep, thank you. I just wanted to again highlight, which I try to do from time to time, the Division of Inspector General report dated February 15th, which is about the audit of the utilities meter installation and repair process. Read through the entire report. I thought it was excellent. So I wanted to call out the Inspector General's work. They cited opportunities for improvement. There were 8 7 were concurred completely from management and 1 partial concurrence. And I wanted to thank Jeremy and his staff for being interactive and receptive and agreeable to make changes for future type work. And I just think our residents should understand that we have these kind of check and balances in our system, and the inspectors do a good job, and our staff responds when given good constructive thoughts. So that was all I had, and I move approval on that one.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. Motion by Commissioner Eggers for item number 4. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 11.
Well, that one wasn't on my list until I heard some comments, so maybe we can talk about that briefly. Thank you.
All right.
Attorney White will address this.
If I could, as our speaker referenced, this matter is in litigation. The county is actively litigating this matter, so I strongly encourage any of you with questions to contact me outside of this public meeting. As you know, we do not discuss litigation in a public setting while the litigation is pending, which this certainly is. Suit was filed in December. So Commissioner Eggers, I encourage you to contact me. I know I have regular meetings set up with many of you. We can discuss this at that time, but strongly discourage any conversation here today.
And that's fine. And just a question for Barry. Are we, I'm assuming because it's on here, and it's a $4.7 million contract in total, but it's on here, so staff is 100% comfortable moving this forward for approval?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is a bridge in the neighborhood, one over from me. And I've actually been stopped, it's on my running route, and I've been stopped before wondering when the bridge is going to get complete, because it's been torn apart for, I want to say, going on probably 2 years now.
Yep.
So,
Yes.
okay.
That's what I wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Yes, they do recommend going forward as is.
Was that a motion?
Yeah.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Latvell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, regular agenda, item number 14.
Item number 14 is a public transportation grant agreement with Florida Department of Transportation for design and construction of passenger terminal improvements at St. Pete Clearwater International Airport.
Okay. Will of the board?
Chair.
Yes.
I had a
Sure.
few questions on this because I'm
Okay.
trying to just understand what's going on with the airport. And do we have anybody from the airport? Blaine?
Well, no, but we have Ivana in the back. She can come up. Yvette will address any of the
Come on up.
concerns. And she is
All right.
their finance person.
Okay. Hi, thanks. Hi. Appreciate it. Well, my first question is, the original date of the contract is May of '22 for the airport, right? And has anything happened since May of '22, or is there money sitting there? Have we started design?
No, actually, this is an amendment to that original agreement, which was last year. We have 1.9 million, and now we have an additional 6 million. And so, yes, we have been working with FDOT diligently to continue to look for other opportunities to fund this.
Okay, and we're funding an expansion to the terminal, or just
Yes.
upgrades, or?
Yes, both.
Do we have a new customer that's going to be moving into the terminal?
You might explain that you're going to where you don't going to have to go outside. So explain what it is that you're doing with the terminal.
Well, we are doing several things. We are looking, because we've had 142% increase in growth in 11 years. We obviously have some definite needs in our area where our security screening checkpoint is, going to be consolidating it, as well as adding jet bridges so the people won't have to stand out in the rain during the summertime to board aircraft. Also, enlarging our gate areas where passengers sit, putting charging stations in. We have a lot of ideas, but during design, we are still trying to figure out how much all of that is going to cost us.
Oh, okay. So we don't have anybody in mind for the improvements, but we need the improvements.
We need the improvements, and we're right in the middle of design right now.
A lot of the improvements are creating those jetways to where it'll come out and go directly to the aircraft. So again, you won't be going outside, walking up the ramps and everything. Just like you would at TPA, going right to the
Will this
airplane.
initiate the design and get it moving, or?
Yes, design is already underway, actually, but we actually are funding this little bit at a time. So as we are allowed to apply for money, we apply for it, and as we're getting it, then we apply that towards design. We're just now finishing.
Grant, so it's additional money going towards a much larger project.
Okay, I get it.
We're at the end of conceptual design, and we're about to start schematic design. Design will be finished by next year.
All right. I didn't see them in the package, so I was looking for it, so I appreciate that.
No problem.
Any other questions?
Nope.
No? Okay. Move approval. Motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Latvala. Okay, if the clerk could bring up the voting, please. Okay, passed unanimously. Item number 15.
This is the first amendment to an agreement with Mason Blau for the North County Service Center. So this increases, so if you recall last year, we finalized the expansion of going from 68,000 square feet to 80,000 square feet. That is the budget that you approved as part of the project. This modifies the scope for the professional engineering and contract management, and again, is within line with that budget.
Barry, can you remind me what the expansion was that we have 12,000 square foot primarily?
So when they originally scoped it, they went back to the property appraiser, the tax collector, and the clerk and worked through their needs assessment. It actually went way beyond the 80,000. This brings it back to 80,000 from, I think, about 96. So it was a compromise on needs versus wants and needs versus, you know,
Wants versus
what they
needs.
need.
Yeah.
Wants versus needs. Yeah. And so it's modified design.
All right, that's what I had. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Have a motion? Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Latvala, second by Commissioner Eggers. Any further discussion? No? If the clerk could open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item number 16, and I have a number of public comments here, so we will go to those first. All right, so first of all, we have Hawelia Afan, followed by Dan Slaughter. And I apologize if I did not get your name correct.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Haweida Afan. I am the Executive Director of the Arts Center Association. I am here to emphasize the importance of a fair process in evaluating our proposed redevelopment project, which includes relocating the Chihuly Collection to a new expanded facility. I urge you to consider the recommendations made by Commissioners Nowicki and Peters during the work session and to implement a fair and transparent process. This year, the Arts Center celebrates 108 years. For over a century, it has been a catalyst for accessible art experiences. To continue fulfilling our mission of connecting people with art and meeting the needs of a growing population, we must expand. This $30 million redevelopment will enhance our ability to deliver world-class arts programming to more visitors. This project is not just about the arts. It's about tourism impact. According to Visit St. Pete Clearwater, the Chihuly Collection ranks among the top 2 most visited cultural attractions. The economic impact study demonstrates that our project exceeds the threshold set in the application guidelines for incremental visits and room nights and can generate more than $300 million in total output. The Arts Center has been a key partner in the county's marketing strategy. Over the past 9 months alone, we have hosted a number of influencers sent by Visit St. Pete Clearwater, boasting millions of unique followers, amplifying the visibility of the county's arts and culture on a national and international scale. We are also a designated site where Visit St. Pete Clearwater surveyors collect visitor data on cultural tourism, further reinforcing our role as a key driver of arts-related economic impact. Our digital assets are extensively utilized across Visit St. Pete Clearwater's campaigns, and our imagery is prominently featured in our area's airports, across billboards, in digital advertising, and even the most recent Ampersand campaign, where the vibrant colors of Chihuly's work serve as a defining visual of the region's artistic identity. Our presence in these marketing efforts is a testament to our influence in people's decisions to visit our county, and this redevelopment will only strengthen that contribution. The Arts Center is more than a museum. It is a cultural anchor and a premier destination. Thank you for ensuring fairness and continuity in this process and for supporting a project that will strengthen art tourism in our county. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dan Slaughter, followed by Susan Castleman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Next to you. Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Dan Slaughter, the Assistant City Manager of the City of Clearwater. I'd like to speak with you today on behalf of, in support of the Clearwater Beach Marina funding request. The Clearwater Beach Marina has not seen any meaningful renovations since 1965 and is a focal point of the amenities and the activities that complement one of Pinellas County's prized locations, our world-renowned Clearwater Beach. 51 of the 165 slips are for commercial operations that include water recreation activities, fishing charters, eco-tours, parasailing, and family entertainment cruises like Nemo's Pirate Ship, Shark Teeth, and our popular dinner cruises, just to mention a few. These operations result in direct spending to support job creation, generate food and beverage and retail sales, and also drive visitor satisfaction that encourages return visits, that's compounding visitor numbers and room night sales over time. With Pinellas County having the best beach in America with Clearwater Beach, this renovation will make this marina one of the best marinas. The renovation will create Marina Walk, a natural extension of our popular beach walk that seeded the growth of Clearwater Beach. The Marina Walk will be walkable, pedestrian-friendly attraction by itself, an ADA-compliant attraction, and with new floating and fixed docks for our commercial recreation and temporary slips for vessels visiting our area. The overall budget of this project is $46 million. The portion of the budget that funding the commercial operations is $15.4. Our project is currently under construction and scheduled to be completed near the end of 2026. We are committed to keeping our commercial operations available during the entire construction process by phasing the construction. This did create some added expense to the city as a result of the damage of the hurricanes last fall, but we were able to make some rapid repairs to ensure the continuity of the amenities and attractions that make visiting Clearwater Beach memorable, enjoyable, and the subject of broadly shared photos and captions via social media. The application request was for support in the amount of $10 million, and we completely respect the recommendation of Visit St. Pete Clearwater staff and the TDC recommendation, but also ask the Commission to consider providing funding support at the $10 million level. On behalf of the Clearwater City Manager, Jennifer Poyer, who is here with me today, I would like to say thank you to the Visit St. Pete Clearwater staff, the TDC, and the Pinellas County Commission for your partnership in making our county a prime tourist destination that it is. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope our application finds your favorable review. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dan. Susan Castleman, followed by Terry Marks.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Castleman, and I am currently serve on the board of the Arts Center. Prior to my retirement, I dedicated 21 years as the visual arts supervisor for Pinellas County Schools. My journey with the Arts Center began in 1993, and I taught summer art classes. In 2000, I facilitated a partnership with Pinellas County Schools and the Arts Center that created the Word and Image exhibition for K-12 students that continues today. I am here today to advocate for the redevelopment of the Arts Center and the integration of the Chihuly collection into a unified, state-of-the-art facility. First, to request that the capital project's guidelines and scoring process that was used for the first time be fair and consistent for all projects. Second, to consider the impact of the very recent data that you read in the paper today about how Pinellas, actually St. Petersburg, is increasing in the amount of tourist dollars that they are bringing in, and also consider some of the things about, like the loss of the Rays Stadium deal. The Arts Center holds a distinctive position in Pinellas' cultural landscape. It functions both as a community arts center, offering classes, exhibitions to its 1,400 members, and as the custodian of the Chihuly collection, a permanent display of Dale Chihuly's glass masterpieces that attract visitors and our tourists daily. Since 1999, the facility on Central Avenue has been our home. While it has served us well, it presents limitations. Notably, the Chihuly collection has been housed in leased locations due to space constraints and currently across the street from our main building. The separation hampers our ability to offer a seamless visitor and tourist experience. To better serve our community, visitors and tourists, we have proposed a redevelopment of the site, including a new 5-story facility, expanded gallery spaces, modern educational facilities, community convening spaces, and a adjacent parking garage, very prime in St. Pete. This redevelopment is more than just a construction project, it's an investment in our community's future. By enhancing our facilities, we aim to attract a broader audience, forge stronger partnerships, and elevate St. Petersburg's cultural profile. The Art Center and the Chihuly Collection have been integral in St. Petersburg's cultural fabric for over a century. This development is not just about bricks and mortar, it's about enriching lives, fostering creativity, and building a vibrant future for the community and our tourists. Again, I request that the capital projects, guidelines, and scoring process that were used for the first time be fair and consistent for all of the projects. Please utilize a definable, repeatable, and defendable process for these funding requests. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Terry Marks, followed by Bill Harvard.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Terry Marks. I am the CEO of the St. Petersburg Arts Alliance. I am here to voice strong support for the Art Center. Their proposed capital project, which includes the relocation of the Chihuly Collection into a new and expanded facility. The name Chihuly carries global recognition and serves as a major economic driver for our county. According to the latest American for the Arts study, cultural institutions, which include the Art Center, play a vital role in sustaining our region's economic vibrancy to the tune of nearly $300 million. The redevelopment of this space will not only elevate the Art Center, their impact, but also reinforce our county's reputation as a premier arts destination. This project is not just about maintaining these visitation trends. It's about advancing and expanding them. Investing in the Art Center is investing in the revenue generation and generation for businesses, for hotels, for restaurants, and local enterprises that rely on cultural tourism. I must address a larger concern, the fairness and needed objectivity of this process as expressed by Commissioners Peter and Commissioners Nowicki. An uneven playing field sets an arbitrary precedent for this process into the future. As a leader of the arts community, I have witnessed how cultural organizations contribute to the economic and social fabric of our region. Yet it is vital to ask, is this process truly fair? The Arts Center has demonstrated its undeniable impact, yet it faces barriers to investment that other institutions do not. Every organization that drives tourism, fosters education, and strengthens our local economy deserves a transparent and consistent review process. We must ensure that funding decisions are made fairly, based on the real and measurable impact an institution has on our region. If we are to support a thriving arts ecosystem, we must demand a fair, complete, and forward-thinking approach to these investments. This is an impressive, bold, and thoughtful project and should be judged in fairness and supported by facts, not opinions. I urge you to consider not only the transformative potential of this project, but also the principles of fairness and transparency in your decision-making. The Art Center's redevelopment is a strategic investment in our county's future, and I urge you to support this transformative project with the facts that have been shared with you. Thank you.
Bill Harvard.
Harvard. My address is 838 Monterey Boulevard in St. Pete. As a board member and as an architect, I've contributed some to the design that's been spoken about a few minutes ago. But the proposed new facility is to enhance the arts program, such as, in a personal way, our family of 4 generations at St. Pete have been members of the Arts Center, and our granddaughters currently are students there. So we believe that our mission will make a significant advance in providing the state-of-the-art facility to all that express their talents and appreciation in their creations. So with these goals, we sincerely request with a fair consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the public comment that we have. So do we have any discussion? Yes, Commissioner Nowicki. Doesn't? Maybe,
oh, there we go. Hitting the wrong one. It's a different desk, so that's what threw me off. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate everyone's feedback. I mean, I'd be happy to make the motion to increase Clearwater Beach Municipal Marinas to the full $10 million that they requested, and I would also second that with the Arts Center and Chihuly Collection to go to the $4.35 million funding amount. So, and to leave all the others the same. So I'd love to increase Clearwater Beach Municipal Marina. I think that's a great partner in Clearwater, and they had like record high tourism just in the last few months, and the city of St. Pete had record high tourism in the last few months as well. Bring $1 million, $1.5 million, I mean, just in November and like December alone. So I think to really highlight Clearwater Beach Municipal Marina, $10 million, and the Arts and Chihuly Center, $4.35 million, and adopt the other recommended amounts.
so that's a motion to increase the marina to 10 million and the Chihuly to the 4.35.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then leave everything else the same.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's a motion.
I was going to ask a question before we got into motions.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Go for it. Yeah.
Brian?
Yes.
Brian.
Just thanks, Brian. Just a couple of questions. I've heard the terminology uneven playing field, unfair, inconsistent. That's the first. I'd like to kind of address that because I certainly don't think that was intentions on anybody's part, but how that's kind of come to that conclusion. And the second, just a kind of a general comment or question about the new process, which I like the new process, but none of the projects got the 10 million. So there's a $10 million ask, and in the past we've had a lot of them get the amount that they asked. The justification was there. So none of these projects rose to the level of that. And just if you could just comment generally about that as well. So.
Yeah, certainly. Brian Loack, President and CEO of Visit St. Pete Clearwater. First, I'll start out with the fairness of it. We established new guidelines, as everyone is well aware, and those guidelines were specific, including minimum thresholds, requirements of each project, being shovel-ready, having the matching required funds. We specifically had in there the methodology, and the methodology was rating criteria categories. It included 5 categories. Those 5 categories were annual tourism economic benefits for a period of 10 years, number of projected tourist room nights and tourist attendance generated annually, total marketing and sponsorship benefits, contribution to strategic plan, and geographic distribution. And while the guidelines gave us those 5 criteria for those 5 categories for what we would review, rank, score, and make our recommendation based on, it didn't tell us how that translated into actual recommended funding amounts. So together with the team that we put together, consisted of the ELT, our entire leadership team at Visit St. Pete Clearwater, We also brought on a consultant, Crossroad Consultants, of which John is here today, to look at these applications, specifically look at the economic impact data that was provided by a third party from each of the applicants that they hired, and they provided those numbers. And a majority of this scoring was weighted towards, about 55 of the 100 points were weighted towards economic impact figures. And when we looked at that, we really considered a lot of the incremental, the net new, above the baseline of what's currently in existence today. So when we translated these into recommended funding levels, that was something that we considered strongly. Also, the geographic distribution, that was one where, what does that mean in practice? We struggled with that one, and where we ended up was based on where current capital projects are, previous capital projects, and capital projects that applied this cycle, they seem to kind of congregate between Clearwater Beach and downtown St. Petersburg. So it's like, how are we going to score this? It's 5 points. What we decided was if they're in Clearwater Beach or downtown St. Pete, they'd all pretty much be equal with 0. And if they were outside of that, if they were in a part of the county that typically doesn't have a lot of these, they would get the full 5 points. So that was the criteria that was used. As far as, furthermore, we took and what actual dollars and cents were we going to recommend? Where we landed was the #1 ranked project. We took their score, happened to be 77.5, multiplied that by their ask, which was $10 million, and that gave us $7.75 million. We were comfortable with that figure. We thought that made sense based on their application. We then made that the ceiling for all the other projects, worked our way backwards from that. On 2 additional projects, we took the difference between those project scores and the top-ranked score and multiplied that towards the top-ranked funding level, 7.75. We did that for 2 others. For another, their score would have been higher than their request. We were not comfortable recommending funding above and beyond what someone requested, so they got their full ask. And then for one of the projects, their score, the incremental economic benefits over a 10-year period across the board lagged from the others, and we simply were not comfortable recommending more funding for a project that didn't demonstrate the incremental ROI that the others did. So that's how we got to the scores that we have today. Last question, I believe, was how come we didn't give the top-ranked project?
In the past, we've had asks, and they've gotten 100%. This seemed to be scrutinized pretty tightly so that you couldn't even get there. And so I think we made a limit on the ask of 10 million, right? I think that was where we wanted to cap it, and if it was more than that, they had to come back to us?
That's correct. In the new guidelines, there were two criteria in there. One said for projects requesting up to $10 million, here are some thresholds that you've got to meet. Projects above $10 million, here are some thresholds you've got to meet. One of which was you have to come to the Board of County Commissioners first to even seek approval for us to for their participation in the project. As far as recommended funding amounts in the past, I can't speak to those. Those were prior to my arrival. But this is the first time we've had these guidelines, this system in place, and this team to come together and review this in conjunction with a professional consultant.
Okay. So if more than 10 million was asked, the option to the applicant was to come to us first, or was it you coming to us asking permission to consider more than the 10? How did that work?
Yeah, it wasn't an option. In the guidelines, it reads applicants requesting over $10 million shall be taken to the Board of County Commissioners first to be considered for inclusion in the program. And so that's something where one of the projects that you have before you, they were above that 10 million threshold. So we put that on the agenda and brought that to you all, and you approved allowing us to score in that project to participate in the program.
And continue. You did allowed them to participate.
Correct.
And just to speak to, again, to the fairness and inconsistency and uneven playing field, why was that? Why is that being asserted? I mean, you've heard the reasons it's being asserted. Why is that being asserted?
I can't answer that question because I would disagree with that assertion.
So you're saying that it was fairly treated, everybody was scored the same way, consistently, with the, compared to the $10 million cap, and then how did, since the one was rated the best and came in at 7.75, why didn't that one come in at 10? Just, I mean, I saw the scoring, but it seems to me that the ask of 10 million or the cap of 10 million will be hard to ever get to based on the criteria that you laid out. Because some of these, I think, are really, I mean, to Commissioner Nowicki's proposal on the Clearwater Marina as an example, seems to be an ideal situation for us, and yet that didn't score. I'm just trying to understand that a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the struggle that we dealt with was there are these five categories that have specific points given to them, and any project can excel in one or more than one. And when you have a process that has multiple applications, we found ourselves faced with the challenge of scoring these on each individual project's merit, but then knowing that at the end of the day, once you make those funding recommendations, any one project could point to one area of their proposed project and make a good case for why they deserve more funding than another. And so we went through, we ran the numbers after, we went through, quite frankly, a number of scenarios that range the gamut. And this is one that we landed on, that we felt confident with, and that we were proud to bring forward.
So one last question.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. So why, again, I'm trying to make sure I get this, the Art Center why was it rated, I mean, it was rated at $1.5 million, I think, or something? I'm trying to find the
recommended funding amount for the Art Center is $1.135 million.
And talk to me a little bit qualitatively why it didn't measure up.
Yeah, so again, speaking to the five categories that were in the guidelines, that project scored, it was the fifth ranked project, the fifth score, lowest ranked project, and in each category it was at or near the bottom. And when we looked at each project, we focus as a team, again, on that incremental net new benefit over a 10-year period. That's what we're investing in, is the future. This project is something new. We're investing in the future, not into the past. And so we looked at that, and the net new incremental over 10 years in every category, from attendees, room nights, direct spending, economic impact, and total TDT collection, we struggled to find to place a value on there. We knew there was a value, but we believed it was less than the $2.5 million that was going towards the third-ranked project. And so we came up with a methodology where we looked at the number of incremental net new room nights that this would achieve over a 10-year period, and that was 30,000. And we compared that against the Palladium, which was recommended at 2.5 million. They had an incremental room nights over 10 years of 68,000. So it was about 43 and some change % of that. We then applied that to the funding of 2.5 million we're recommending for the Palladium, and that's where we landed, and we thought that was a sound methodology.
And those were increases over where they are now?
Correct.
So where are they now? Where is the Art Center now with, I know the increase you just mentioned, but where are they in the total?
Bear with me for 1 second.
Thank you. Sorry.
So the current that I have on here, and these are based on 2023 estimates, I have 75,000 attendees, 27,300 room nights, 14.2 million in direct spending, 22.4 million in total output, and $173,700 in TDT in the year 2023.
And those numbers compare to the Palladium as an example.
Current numbers?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get where they are in the, not only the increase, but where they are in actual.
Well, I'll tell you, just again, without citing exact numbers, currently, they are, as they alluded to, they are a massive attraction for the county, and they're a vital piece of the arts and culture of Pinellas County, of St. Petersburg, of the entire destination. And I think when, with their project, kind of combining two existing assets, we assume that those benefits would still exist. And this project, the net new on this was, about 1/4 of what the Palladium was.
That's good.
So.
I appreciate your thoughts.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to get a sense of, there's an increased piece of it, but there's also an overall impact that has happened historically to where we are now. And you've kind of addressed the incremental part, really, in this selection.
Hopefully I was clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Go ahead.
Commissioner Lappel.
I was going to keep letting my buddy talk if he wanted to. I also have a question about the scoring. Before I do that, though, I do want to say that while I love my buddy, Commissioner Nowicki, I do not support the motion because we would be giving the Art Center triple what the recommendation, or nearly triple what the recommendation is. And I'm not sure that you will find somebody that sits up here that is more pro Clearwater than myself. Included in that motion was support for the marina and the beach that when I'm forced to go to the beach that I love to attend or go to. And it is also the #1 beach in America. But you mentioned in part of your scoring methodology that projects in Clearwater and projects in St. Pete were given a 0 because of the location. What was the reason for that?
Yeah, the reason for that was because we had one of the 5 categories that that were part of the review process and the scoring criteria was geographical distribution. What does that mean in practice? So when all the projects, with the exception of one, are in Clearwater Beach and downtown St. Pete, the only thing we could come up with that seemed fair to us is if you're not in one of those 2 zones, you get 5 points. And that's what happened with Eddie C. Moore, since it is out there on Drew and McMullen Booth.
Well, then, I don't want to punish them because they're also in the city of Clearwater. And they have several wonderful softball tournaments. And you even threw out a first pitch at one of them this year.
Sorry,
and people need to watch that on the internet because it was a bit outside from what I remember. And you almost hit a young lady with your first pitch. And I will say that January, and I'm glad you're up there because January, we had a big monumental announcement. #1, or our best month on record in tourism, which is a huge deal after the fall that we had with the 2 hurricanes. You've done a wonderful job, and your team. But you know better than everyone that people visit, that where our TDT collections come from Clearwater and Clearwater Beach. And I like having a tougher process in terms of when people apply. Just because we have the money doesn't mean we need to dish it out to anybody that asks. But if Clearwater Beach is where we have the most TDT collections in Pinellas County, and we do, I believe 40% of it's raised in Clearwater Beach.
why are people in Clearwater Beach punished because of that location? And I believe, and I may be off, but I believe downtown St. Pete or St. Pete area also has a very high TDT collections.
Yeah, and I, again, we struggled with, what do we do with this geographical distribution? What does that mean? We know that we think it means that projects are not all going to one portion of the county. But what does that mean in practice, and how do we apply that methodology to the scoring system? And the only thing that we could come up with that was fair was, if you're not in one of those two areas, quite possibly you're in an area that maybe has been overlooked for TDT funds for capital projects in the past. And so this is a way that we could support projects and applicants outside of those two zones to step up and apply, build those areas.
Yeah, I mean, y'all are the experts. And I will say, with the exception of Valspar, you can largely ignore District 4, and focus on other areas.
Nobody else
But-
would appreciate that joke. However, Oldsmar they have quite a bit of things going on up there too. And so, I've got my boxing gloves on here, because I was going to say, I kind of like the idea of spreading the money a little bit. And again, just briefly, would that 5 points, what would that have done to the marina request, and what would that have done to the art center? Do you know what that would have increased?
On the marina, well, if we would have given it to the marina, again, this is a hypothetical, and I don't know how it would have played out in practice, but on paper, it would have taken it from a 73.5 and elevated it to a 78.5. It would have been the number one project. For the Arts Center, it would have taken it from a 43.5 and made it a 48.5. That would not have changed its standing.
But if they were using it percentage-wise, it would have made a subtle difference in the funding, since they used a percentage of the overall ask, so it wouldn't have changed it very much.
So that's roughly, and I went to public school, but that's roughly like 500 grand.
Was it in District 4?
No, it was in Jacksonville.
Oh.
And that school's now like a D or F school. When I went there, it was all right.
No, I think you're right.
So what if we just added a little bit to, because I don't like just like, I don't like giving, just because somebody asked for $10 million, giving them $10 million. But what if we gave the Clearwater Beach Municipal Marina $8 million? And just so Slaughter doesn't arrest us, since he used to be a police chief. And then we can give the Chihuly, because I don't want them being punished just because they're in downtown St. Pete. That's where tourists go.
Wow.
And then we could add a few $100,000 to theirs and round it up to like 1.5 or something.
It's the commissioner's decision. I mean, it's within you. I mean, I kind of diverted over to the chair.
Chair. So, hold on a second. Are you still speaking, or are you done?
No, I'm done.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Wiki.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I appreciate everyone's comments, and then I guess, for get into questions. And so just to piggyback off of that, I mean, that would have changed the whole, funding amount if the Clearwater Municipal Aquarium was ranked #1, then the formula used would have been multiplied by their requesting amount, right? So that really would have increased everybody's recommended funding amount if Clearwater Municipal Marina was #1, I think.
Well, it would have only raised, so the #1 ranked project, Eddie C. Moore, did receive the 5 points. And so if we were to give Clearwater Clearwater Beach Municipal Marina an additional 5, it would have made the #1 ranked project, which would be the marina, a total score of 78.5. So it would have changed them all, but it would have only slightly changed. It would have
But
Yeah,
under that,
incrementally-
under that
incrementally.
percentage, it would have
Incrementally.
taken their other project down a little bit.
And then following that, I mean, we talk about the Palladium, the Arts Center being a different formula applied, but it was based off of the Palladium's amount given, correct?
That was considered, yes.
So, but they really would have been recommended amount like 6 million, not the 2.5 that they requested. So if you would have gone based off of that methodology, right, they truly were recommended 6 point whatever million, but because they didn't want to be given more than what they asked for, you said, okay, we'll just give you what you asked for. But based off the formula, they truly would have been recommended the 6 million. And then that would have increased the Arts Center recommended amount because they would have had a higher recommended amount based off the Palladium's recommended amount, correct?
With one caveat is, well, their score would have dictated a recommended funding of the 6.3 and some change. We would not have recommended that amount of funding because the guidelines require a one-to-one match. It's a $10 million project, so we would have recommended $5 million.
Right, but so then the arts would have got more money recommended in theory because you would be recommending more to the Palladium, correct?
In theory, yes, it would be $2.27 million.
Right, so because
using the same methodology.
Palladium didn't ask for more, even though based off the numbers they had, they could have been recommended more. The Arts Center isn't getting more because the people above them, in theory, were awarded more, but didn't ask for it, so they didn't get it. In theory, like you're kind of following the thought process?
I certainly am, and again, we talked through these, we played these out, exactly what you're speaking to, and we kept coming back to the incremental, net new economic impacts of these projects over 10 years, and we were not comfortable with going higher than where we were.
Yeah, so I mean, I appreciate that and understand that. It just seems to me that it was never explained anywhere that the lowest ranked project, how they were going to be graded differently. I don't think that was publicly put out anywhere. And so,
Yeah, I would not disagree with that. It wasn't, and we weren't informed on how we would do this. This was our first time going through the process, and we had to take the guidelines and implement it, and that's where we landed. But I agree with you.
and so I think that's what, some of the, residents and constituents have a unfairness about, is that how they were graded was never publicized, but everybody else, how they were graded was publicized. And so they got, kind of the short end of the stick. And so, I mean, but it doesn't seem like there's a will to carry my motion forward. So, I mean, I'll withdraw it and see what the board wants to come up with. Thank you.
Commissioner Eggers.
So, we just said that, given that scenario that we were just talking about, the number for the Art Center would have been 2.25,
2.27 million.
2.2.
Double what if the Palladium received double based on this same methodology, they would have received double.
I mean, and again, I'm not, not trying to get into the absolutes here, but to me, that seems like a reasonable number to me in terms of compromise, but also in acknowledging the fact that if the Palladium had asked for more, they would have gotten more. They didn't ask for more. You weren't comfortable doing that. But I mean, I would be comfortable with not only their historical impact to the area and what they continue to do, their incremental may not have been as attractive as we would like to have seen for the money. I think that's a fair, to me, that would have been a fair number to get to, based on the logic that you were explaining. And certainly have no problem bumping the Clearwater Marina just up to what was the number, 2.7, or excuse me, 7 point, was that what it was, 8 million? What was it, 7? I know.
No, well,
I know that's asking like the fox in the hen house, but what are you telling me that it currently is 7.35, and what would that what would that number have gone to if it had been the number one?
Had we given it the 5 points for geographical distribution, it would have been 78.5, and that would have translated to a recommended funding amount of 7.85 million.
7.85.
But then you would have also applied, then that would have brought down the marina, because you would have applied a percentage down on that, correct? Because
No, that was the marina.
I know, but if you would have bumped that one up, would that affected your overall calculation on the other?
It would have impacted, I didn't bring my calculator, I apologize, but essentially then we would have taken that difference, which would have been, it would be 1 point difference between it and Eddie C. Moore. And so whatever one point, yeah, I mean, very small.
Well, I'd be comfortable at 7.85 for the Clearwater Marina and 2.25 for the Art Center. So I'd make that motion.
What was that motion, Dave?
7.85
For the
2.25 for the Art Center.
2.25 for the arts. Okay. All right. Any other comments? Okay. All right. So I'm having flashbacks to the Dolly discussion from a couple of years ago, where we didn't have a process, and it was lobbying from the podium and lobbying from the dais, and it was just, and after that we said we wanted a process. So we created a process. Now, the process is not an entitlement, okay? It basically just, and I'm just going to kind of read an email that that Amanda sent out last night, who's the attorney that represents TDC. While the guidelines establish funding standards and an evaluation process, they do not dictate a specific methodology for determining final funding decisions, which remain discretionary as long as the funding decisions comply with law and meet the priorities of the county. The granting of funds under this program is discretionary and not an entitlement. Not all eligible projects may receive funding. So I really looked at these numbers yesterday, and I understand, particularly as being the chair of the TDC and talking with Brian about this in depth, the struggle that they had between the delta of the $10 million requests, okay, from the marina and the CMA, and the 50% increase above that the Chihuly asked for. They asked for 15 million. When they scored so much less, it just didn't justify that. So, I mean, as an example, the Art Center scored 78% less than Eddie C. Moore, and that was on staff evaluation. And then they enlisted Crossroads Consulting to do more of an economic impact analysis, and the Art Center scored 40% less than the highest scoring, which was the marina. So with such a large, I understand the struggle that they had with trying to determine what makes sense. They wanted to give them something, but it just didn't make sense to use that same methodology, because if they had, they would have gotten 74% more than the Palladium, which scored 45% higher on the staff evaluation and 20% higher on the Crossroads evaluation. So I understand the struggle that they had there. They presented this to the TDC. TDC approved it, and here we are today. All of these projects are good projects. We can make arguments one way or the other, either way on it. It could be more, it could be less, it could be the same. I just want to respect the process that was followed here. And the process can be improved and changed going forward, and there's nothing preventing any of these entities from coming back and putting in other applications in the future. Am I correct on that?
Yet nothing prevents that.
Okay. So it would be my preference that we just stick to the process. This was the TDC recommendation, and that's what we asked for 2 years ago, was a process. And that's what we have now, but I feel like we're back at square one here, just lobbying back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So that would be my preference, that we just stick with what we have. But we do have a motion on the table.
Second on his
Commissioner
motion.
Eggers, and we have a second from Commissioner Nowicki. So that's my preference, that we just go with what we have, but we do have a motion and we have a second. So is there any further discussion at this point? No? All right, well, if the clerk can bring up the voting. Who are we missing? Yes, this was a motion for 7.85 for the marina, 2.25 for the Arts Center, and everything else the same. Okay, motion carries. And in my no, I just want everybody to understand, is not an objection to any of these, okay? They're all worthy projects. I just felt we should have followed the process that we had. So, all right.
Can I just make one comment about
Yes.
this? And I appreciate your perspective on this. And I do think that we did follow the process. We listened to what those were and made just slight adjustments based on this whole notion of a -5 or a +5. And that's something we need to look at. And I think this made a little tweak to a couple of projects. And it still, I think, took the process, took each of those requests into account and the process that was put forward. So I don't think it just totally dismissed it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and if I can, as well, Mr. Chairman, and I liked how they did the process, and I'm glad we have something in place. I just didn't like that projects suffered because of where they're located, especially if they're located in places where tourists are at, i.e. Clearwater Beach. Number one place in the county where our TDT is collected is Clearwater Beach. And so, and right behind that is St. Petersburg. And so, that's the only thing. But thank you very much.
Okay.
And I guess, Chair, just
Yes, all right.
just a third thank you, Chair, for you. Just great leadership from you on the TDC, great numbers, and great job by Brian, I think, for as the new CEO and our past Chair, Peters. The leadership that she's given to the TDC has been great, too. So thank you.
All right. Okay, moving on.
All right.
Number 17.
Moving on to 17, Eastlake Community Library. This is an MSTU to fund some parking lot improvements.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Okay. Any discussion? You can open up the voting, please. Okay, passes unanimously. Item number 18.
It's the First Amendment to an agreement with Kimberly Horn. This is to add some additional items to the Joe's Creek Industrial Master Plan project, including evaluating some seawalls, stormwater management systems, and wastewater and water systems.
Motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? Okay, if the clerk could open up the voting, please. Passes unanimously. Item number 19.
So ranking of firms for the development of 4 residential county-owned parcels conveying to Habitat for Humanity through this bid process. These are located in Dansville.
Motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Eggers. Any further discussion? Commissioners, or clerk could open up voting, please. All right, passes unanimously. Okay. Item number 20.
Same thing. These are 2 residential lots to Habitat for Humanity. One is in Kenneth City, one's in Lellman.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Nowicki, second by Commissioner Latvala. Any further discussion? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I would just like to, I didn't realize that, that we're selling these lots. So that's a great, extra revenue for the county. And I think it's a great partnership with Habitat for that. So good work, county and Habitat. Thank you.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Okay, if the clerk could open up voting, please. Pass unanimously. All right, item number 21.
21 is a grant award from U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, $1.9 million. This is a continuation funding grant for our healthcare for homeless program at Bayside Clinic, and our street medicine program.
Motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. I do have one question. Is this just through the end of this year?
No, this is from February or March of 25 into February 28th of 26.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, I'm supportive of this, but I just, as I said in the workshop, I want to just be evaluating the best way to do this going forward.
And, we talked about that at ELT this morning. We'll talk about that, and I know we'll bring that up to the strategic planning, that evaluation. I mean, if we were to make a change, it would take us all that time to be able to make that change prior to next year anyway, so.
All right, any further discussion? All right, clerk can open up the voting. Motion passes unanimously. Item number 22.
Change order number 1, this is RJP Enterprises for sidewalk and under drain replacements for fiscal year 23 through 26. Change order number 1 adds additional work needed for tree removal, root control, hard handrails, signage, pavement markings.
Okay. Commissioner Eggers has a question?
Yeah, it just looks like we are increasing at $5 million over the $10 million amount.
Kelly.
So,
Come on up. I'm just getting her moving.
oh, okay. Come on, Kelly.
She was talking, so.
It's a $5 million over a $10 million amount, so 50% increase. There's no more sidewalks or no more under drains being done in that $5 million. So at least that's what I picked up. So maybe you could enlighten me.
Yeah, Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Director. It is actually for the curb, under drain, and sidewalk work that is done in the level of service program. So it is just an incremental increase for what we have budgeted for this year.
So it will involve more sidewalks and more under drains?
Yes,
Okay.
this is, with the level of service improvements that the board approved, we use contracted services for those.
Understand. The way I read it, those weren't increasing, only other items, and that seems to me the substantive part. So you're saying we are getting increases in both of those?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just for the record, I didn't bring anything up about sidewalks this time. Just saying.
The meeting's not over.
They're all,
The meeting's not over, that's true.
they're all fixed.
All right, if we could open up the voting, please. All right, passes unanimously. Item number 23.
Contract for sale, this is a purchase with Lift Masters for the acquisition of property for access to the Cross Bayou Canal.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? Okay, none, hearing none. If we could open up the voting, please. Chris? Okay, passed unanimously. Item number 24.
It's a road transfer interlocal agreement with City of Pinellas Park. We're giving them some, they're giving us some, so working together better.
Even swap? Sort of, kind of.
I hope.
All right. All right, motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? Okay, if clerk could open up voting. All right.
I saw you push it.
All right, pass unanimously. You got a funky machine over there, Chris? Item number 25.
This is a state-funded county incentive grant program for our ITMS system for Alderman Road from Alt 19 over to US 19. You can see the breakdown within your packet.
Okay. All right, any questions? Okay, motion by Commissioner Eggers. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any discussion? Okay, if the clerk can open up the voting, please. There we go. All right, pass unanimously. Item number 26.
Agreement with Trojan Technologies for industrial wastewater treatment microfiltration system modular replacement.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, motion by Commissioner Eggers.
I was thinking about asking Jerry to come up, Jeremy to come up and explain, but I'm not. I'm just kidding.
All right, do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, please open up the voting. Passed unanimously. Item number 27.
This is a US EPA community grant program notice for Pinellas Park Interceptor Collection System Improvement Project. This provides an additional $700,000 for our project.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Latvala. Any discussion? Hearing none, please open up the voting. Passed unanimously. Item number 28.
First Amendment, purchasing authorization for information technology, equipment, software, and services with Level 3 Telecom Holdings. This provides a variety of services for BTS throughout the county.
Okay. Any questions? Do I have a motion? Don't all speak up at once. Okay, motion by Commissioner Latvala. Second by Commissioner Nowicki. Do we have any questions? Okay, here. Yeah, go for it, Dave.
It seems like we just did this. Now, obviously, we didn't, so maybe somebody could explain what we're doing here with this $7 million. Just a brief explanation would be great.
All right, Jeff.
Afternoon, Jeff.
Hello. Good afternoon. Jeff Rohrs, Chief Information Officer with Business Technology Services. This is actually the first amendment to this contract, which would extend it an additional 3 years to go through 2028, October. And it adds the required funds to continue services. Level 3 Communications is one of 3 of our carriers that provides data, internet, and telephone services to the county. And these are for all of our buildings which make all the phones and data connectivity, much like your internet service provider at home. They're one of our carriers that provide these services. And again, this is to add an additional 3 years to the contract and add funds to the contract to carry that for the additional 3 years.
And the other 2 carriers, we've brought them already?
Yeah, and that may be what you had recalled as maybe some of the additional carriers. We use Level 3 Spectrum, which is also Charter, and Frontier.
Okay. That makes me feel a little better that there are 3 carriers. This is just one of them. And this is just for the extension of the contract.
Correct, extending it through October of 2028 and adding the necessary funds. And one additional mention would be it's also consolidating circuits that have been traditionally done through safety and emergency services through a different carrier, consolidating them into this contract as well, which will provide some efficiencies and some cost avoidance on their side of the house.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Motion to approve.
Thanks, Jeff. Motion by Commissioner Eggers. No second? Second by Commissioner Latvala. Any further discussion? Okay, if the clerk can open up voting, please. Okay, passes unanimously. Madam Attorney.
Under item number 29, I'm asking for authority to file a lawsuit in the referenced case. This is a foreclosure matter arising out of a code enforcement proceeding.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Latvala, second by Commissioner Eggers. Any discussion? Okay, clerk could open up the voting, please. Okay, passed unanimously. Item number 30.
Under item 30, this is a request to authorize a contract with a law firm that we have used previously on some lawsuits that I know you're familiar with, opioid being the biggest one. This would relate to the PFAS I know that you've heard of. This is not related to our water system. This is related to firefighting activities that have taken place at the airport, and I believe also a piece of property that the county owns where training is done for firefighters. So not the water system, firefighting, and so this relates to the foam.
Got it. Okay. All right, any questions?
It's a contingency contract, no money out of pocket.
Okay. Okay, motion to approve. Commissioner Nowicki, motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Latvala. Any questions? I do have one quick question, Joe. We didn't ever join the one on the water, right? The water.
We did not. I know Tampa Bay Water joined it, and of course, we get our water from Tampa Bay Water. We had some concerns in the attorney's office about that part of the lawsuit for various reasons. I'm happy to discuss with you
Yeah.
all outside of the meeting.
That's what
But
I
we
recall.
did not join that one, no, just this one on the firefighting issue.
Got it, okay. All right. All right, if there's no further questions, if clerk could open up the voting, please. Okay, passed unanimously. Any county attorney reports?
No reports.
Okay. County administrator reports.
We have one report, and that would be the ever-so-patient Kevin McAndrew coming up to provide you an update.
All right. Good afternoon, Kevin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Kevin McAndrew, Director, Building and Development Review Services. I'll pick up from data that I last presented to you on February 25th, exactly a month ago, starting with an overview of the substantial damage assessment efforts broken down by single-family homes and mobile homes, and then I'm going to transition to a little bit more granular data on the reassessment. The percent of single-family homes which initially had a substantial damage determination, it continues to decline through the reassessment process. In fact, as of yesterday, of the original 446 single-family homes that had that initial determination, 140 have been reversed or flipped to not substantially damaged. And this is up from 63 when I gave my last update to you. Looking at the totality of single-family homes, we're down now below 10% of the total aggregate number of single-family homes that went through the FEMA estimator tool. We have, as of today, about 76% of those 446 have applied, and if not through or in the middle of review, in the substantial damage reassessment process. That number now has basically just sort of plateaued out where we only get a handful a week, which is consistent with what we had projected at the outset of this program, which was that we would probably have about 80% or so of homeowners pursue the reversal of that substantial damage determination. The picture is quite different when I speak to mobile homes. About 80% of the 1,400 mobile homes that have gone through the FEMA estimator tool have been initially deemed substantially damaged. Again, this is a rather daunting number to try to be as proactive as we can in assisting the residents of mobile home communities. Staff have been meeting, hosting in-person meetings at the mobile home community parks. We've met with 5 to date. We have another one tomorrow. In fact, I've been in communication today with management of the Gateway mobile home community. There was a resident that spoke earlier specifically about the process. And to give a kind of a quick update, mobile home parks, we categorized them and prioritized those where we knew the highest priority batch were almost all going to be substantially damaged. These were mobile homes that took on 2 or 3 feet of water, and there just was no probability that any of those would not be substantially damaged. The last grouping, which was our priority 3, these are some of the residents now that there's a common theme saying, I had no damage. Why am I getting this letter? Well, this is a process that in meeting with these mobile home communities, it's been very beneficial. These have been really emotionally charged, challenged meetings. In almost every case, when we delve down into exactly what the inspection shows, what the measure-up shows, there in fact has been some degree of damage. Maybe not water inundation inside the unit, but there's been damage to the undercarriage of the unit where there's been ductwork and insulation there may have been a water heater outside, or an air compressor, air conditioner, and HVAC. And all of these elements are still subject to the substantial damage determination. And so we've had to explain this and work through this type of explanation with the residents, but we've also continued to be proactive where we recognize that there may not be, in some cases, units that were damaged. And so what we're trying to do, what we've implemented starting today is actually deploying inspectors to perform re-inspections for those that are claiming there was no damage. We're also advocating that if they have an elevation certificate, we can rerun the model and potentially reverse those. And we're also right now looking at engaging licensed surveyors that can go out and take additional elevations in these communities. We're making every effort we can to work with these residents outside the reassessment process. The reassessment process is one which, again, they come into 440 Court Street. We have a team set up. We help them with intake. We get them into the application distribution. And then we have subject matter experts, cost estimators, property appraisers, and certified floodplain managers that are performing these reassessments. I'll transition to giving you some of those specific numbers. First, with single-family homes, out of the 446, 339 filed, 109 in review. This is an important clarification. Of the 109 that are active in review, there's a large percentage of those that actually have gone through multiple reviews. Staff is making every effort to give a homeowner the ability, whether it's new information, whether it's working with the property appraiser's office to get a pre-storm value reconsideration, whether it's an updated appraisal, to make that, to have that ability to have that initial determination reversed. We've reached a threshold with a large percentage of those 109 where there will be a final determination made within the next week or two, where a good percentage of those will be substantially damaged. Because if you look down, to date, there's only been 6 homes that have a final determination of substantially damaged. That number is going to change over the next couple of weeks, again, as we've exhausted the efforts in many cases to have these reassessments reversed. That's also reflective in the communications. We know going back 2 months ago, there was a valid issue raised where homeowners could not get in touch with the experts that were performing the reviews. We're going to be approaching close to 2,000 direct communications, and this is what's enabled these specific applications to go through the multiple reviews that I've referenced. When we go down to the mobile homes, there's been 222 filed. We have a steady flow of mobile home residents in our building, and we expect that number to grow significantly. Just by way of example, the resident that spoke from Gateway Mobile Home Park, 235 units received a letter. So we are expecting, between the last batch that went out between Westwind and Gateway, we're expecting a couple more hundred reassessments to likely come forward to make that application. We've had 4 that have been reversed. The vast majority, though, are in review right now, going through the process. Concluding where we are with permitting, when I spoke 4 weeks ago, I had expressed that we were at the peak of storm repair permits, issuing greater than 200 per week. That pace has begun to scale down somewhat now. We're averaging a little bit over 150 a week. Again, this is consistent what we had envisioned really, where over the next month, we expect that to continue to scale down as the vast majority of homeowners have processed their storm repair permits. I just want to conclude by expressing a thank you to the staff with their extended hours, their in-person support. We've had over 2,400 visits specific to storm repair that have come through our permit support hub and are now working in our mobile home hub. It's really proven to be a really valuable benefit to our residents.
So Kevin, I have a question. How long is the typical reassessment process taking?
So I thought about that after last time I was here. I said 1 to 2 weeks, and it hasn't played out that way. It's probably on average been closer to a month.
Oh, really?
But that's because, again, staff has made, which I tried to clarify here this afternoon, staff has made every effort to not push forward to a final determination without allowing a homeowner to pursue a BVR at the property appraiser's office, to get an ACV appraisal, to update their cost estimate. And the typical reassessment goes through multiple review cycles, not because of incomplete information, because of staff giving that homeowner every opportunity to have that initial determination reversed.
And what are you seeing as typically the tipping point to have it reversed? Is it an independent appraisal? Is it a staff member actually going out to the property and doing an on-site inspection? What are you seeing?
It really falls into multiple areas. The BVRs from the property appraiser's office has been extremely valuable. We still, on occasion, have certain appraisals that just can't get to be where they need to be to satisfy a sign-off. So we'll suggest to the homeowner go to the property appraisers and get a BVR, and that often works. There has been some reluctance to go to the property appraiser's office to get that because that may result in an increase in assessment.
Yeah.
But what we're finding out is that there's many homeowners that have made improvements over the years without permits, and their assessments are down. But to get through this reassessment, the BVR has been a really valuable tool.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that we're giving them every opportunity to find a way through that process. So I appreciate that. Mr. Eggers?
Thanks, Kevin. So I'm trying to, wrap my arms around this whole mobile home park thing, because to me, it's one of our really primary sources of residence for a lot of folks in the county. There are single-owned properties that have rented out the sites to individual owners of the units. And you have individually owned lots within a community. And then you have the condominium owned, they each own a percentage of the whole lot. So it's complicated. And I guess I'm asking, like, if you go in and you find that somebody asked for a reevaluation and they didn't get any damage, and the property right next to them did get damage, and their depreciated values don't allow them to do anything on that unless it's elevated, right? I mean, is that what we're saying? So that one lot would have to be elevated to be used again, or what?
Well, the greater likelihood is that because of the age and the condition of these mobile homes, almost all of them would have to be demolished. They would not structurally be able to be elevated. And just to go back to your reference to some are fee ownership, some are co-ops, the greater majority are leased, where the unit owner does not own the dirt. They're paying a monthly lease to the management and ownership of those parks. They don't have the benefit of having a just value letter from the property appraiser's office as those that are fee ownership. And so one of the challenges is in the parks that, again, are where the owners lease the land to go through the reassessment, their only option is to get a private appraisal. And again, in many cases, they don't have the financial resources, so this is a challenge. So we've, again, as of our most recent meetings, we've now, again, put in place additional policies to, before somebody has to go through a reassessment, if they are saying they had no damage, they can either have reinspection performed by our team, if they choose to get an elevation certificate, which is quite a bit less cost and more timely than getting a private appraiser, they can get an elevation certificate. And like I said, we're also exploring the opportunity to get a licensed surveyor in to provide this information to these homeowners, where if the elevation certificates show that there was no water inside the unit, we can rerun those that initial model to see if it reverses. Now, I want to, again, not set a false expectation, because for those units that are older than 1984, that's sort of the baseline year for depreciation. For those units that are older than 1984, the model has these units depreciated down to where there's very little value left in those units. So it doesn't take much of a repair cost, whether it be what's below the undercarriage, like I said, whether it might be an AC condenser outside, to reach that 49%. So in those cases, where a homeowner is representing, hey, my unit's 1973, but I, in fact, have remodeled my unit 4 times, and as of 2 years ago, if you come inside my unit, you'd see it doesn't look like a 1972 unit. In those cases, really the route for those owners is to go to get an ACV appraisal, because that appraisal does take into account improvements that have been made.
So it just seems like that they're stuck. When you've got, and I don't know what the percentages are, you just said that the largest percentage of mobile homes reside in single-owned properties. Is that what I heard you say?
Correct.
And it seems like those that have been in the floodplain, that none of them, I mean, if out of 100 units that are there, and only 10 of them don't have damage, effectively the owners basically has a choice to acknowledge those 10, or just say, everybody, we're going to have to elevate the whole park, right? I mean, is that what's going to have to happen realistically?
In some of these parks, there is going to be a transformative change.
Yeah. And so in the meantime, they can't live there, right? Is that what, I mean?
No, that's not the case at all.
Okay, great.
That's not the case at all. We've, right from the outset, we've provided for the safe home inspections, that just because your home has a substantial damage determination does not mean you cannot reside in that. We go in, we make sure there's basic functionality, it's safe to live in, and they're able to stay in that home to June 1st, which is rapidly approaching. What we've also have done in the past, and will again give consideration to, is that for somebody, for a homeowner that is making a good faith effort to make plans moving forward and cannot move out by June 1st, we can look at providing an extension. The June 1st date wasn't arbitrary. It was set at the start of the hurricane season to not necessarily put someone, again, in harm's way, through this season. However, if someone is demonstrating an effort saying that they're actually pursuing a relocation, they're looking to find home in another mobile home park outside of the floodplain, we can look at granting an extension to that temporary residency.
And that's really the most realistic of everything that's out there. Most of these homeowners, units, will have to be relocated, more than likely, if there's a substantial number of units that are substantially damaged.
Yes,
Can't rebuild.
With the clarification, I think you were sort of alluding to is that these units will never be relocated. They'll never move. When they move, they're going to collapse on themselves, the vast.
Put a new unit in, then they have to meet our current code.
And so, again, you addressed the June 1 date, so they can still live there. We're saying June 1, you're quote, in harm's way, so you can't live there as of June 1. I mean, I know you're talking about working with folks. Is that, I mean, again, if a storm's coming and they live there, prior to what happened, we go through that community and tell them, you got to get out of here because the storm's coming and you're in danger, right? I mean, that's what we do.
It's going to be the first evacuation notice.
Yeah,
It's going to go
To them.
to mobile home parks.
Whether they're allowed to live there or not, they're going to get that same message, right?
Sure.
Okay. So we are being flexible on the June 1 date. I mean, we got to have places for these folks to live, right? I mean,
We absolutely do. This is, in many cases, one of the more vulnerable demographics that we have in the county. And I can tell you, having gone to each of these in-person community meetings, in many cases, the average age of the residents is 80 years plus. And they're coming into 440 Court Street, and you could just imagine just the process of what is a reassessment. How do I fill out these forms? We're doing everything we can to assist them, but it's just this is a daunting exercise.
yeah, I'm just struggling with the logic behind the process, that's all. I mean, you've got people that are living there right now. They're going to be living there into the storm season. If we allow them to, they're going to move whether they're living there or whether they have a brand-new facility, we're going to ask them to move anyway. So I guess what's the push? Who's forcing us to do this? Why are we forcing people out of their homes when, if a storm comes, they're going to be asked to move anyway? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out some
From a
logical.
regulatory standpoint, it's a compliance issue. It's a compliance issue with our floodplain ordinance. It's a compliance issue with NFIP.
With what?
With the National Flood Insurance Program. These are baseline compliance issues when a home is substantially damaged. Again, there's those four options to either relocate, demolish, relocate the unit itself, or move. These are the options that we have now. Again, the reassessment has proven to be extremely beneficial and great utility for the single-family homes. We knew from the outset that this was going to be a very challenging exercise with mobile homes.
But they don't get flood insurance there anyway, right? And if they're in that area, they don't get flood insurance.
No, I don't know that that's the case. That in certain parks that there aren't homeowners that have flood insurance.
I just want to make sure that, what's within our discretion and what's not within our discretion. Our own ordinances say that we can't do it, but also you're saying the flood insurance policies don't allow us to do it.
Well, it's our floodplain ordinance.
I understand. Our ordinance.
Kevin, you've given them a temporary occupancy permit, correct?
Yes, for those that have requested that, yes.
So so to your point, Commissioner, it's a temporary occupancy. They will work with the resident. They're not going to kick them out on the street.
Yeah, I know, and I guess the not arbitrary, that's wrong. June 1 is start of hurricane season.
And I think when they set that because you want people moving to try to get compliance because it's a temporary occupancy.
Understand.
We have people in Mariners Cove that got a temporary occupancy in Irma, okay, and we never did anything about it, nor did anybody else. So I think I hear what you're saying, and we will be flexible with the residents. especially considering the time it takes to do this. And even under the DR program, we're looking at potential programs that could help them. They're not going to know that right now. And so those are potential other funding sources that could help them.
Yeah, well, thank you for letting me kind of work my way through it a little bit. Appreciate it.
And one final thing, Commissioners, we get off of this, it's not really for Kevin, but, you know, we have a waiver that all the outside assistance that Kevin has is being reimbursed by the state. That's going to end April 11th. We've requested a waiver to extend that. If not, that's not a FEMA reimbursable cost, so that additional assistance will be on our dime. It's not a reason not to change. We have to do it, but just to be aware. And you know, we probably have the resources. I'm really concerned for some of our municipalities being able to have the resources to be able to absorb those costs. So we've all requested a waiver. We'll see what the state says.
I have a quick question, Kevin, kind of following up on Commissioner Eggers, some of his thoughts. So if a mobile home is substantially damaged and somebody wants to replace it with a new mobile home, I mean, do they have to elevate it 10 feet, 12 feet? I mean, can you even do that to a mobile home? I mean, how?
You can. In fact, within some of the mobile home communities, there are examples of elevated. They're on, the majority of them are on concrete piers. And again, some are as high as 8 to 10 feet above grade. And the space below is used as a carport and storage, just as it would be in a traditional, you know, ground-up construction.
Okay, all right, cool. Didn't know that. All right, any other questions? No? All right. Thanks, Kevin, appreciate it.
That's all I have, Commissioners.
All right, so item number 33. Appointment to the Educational Facilities Authority Board. Okay.
Mr. Chair, there's 2 vacancies and 2 appointments, so I'd ask for a voice vote for that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Latvala and a second by Commissioner Eggers. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, if we could open up the voting, please. A voice vote, can we do that?
Idor.
Oh, here we go.
You can do it either way.
Okay,
I got it.
thank you.
Forgot you said voice vote. Okay. All right. Who was? There we go. All right, passed unanimously. Item number 34. Appointment of, Rob Williams for Junior Warhawks Athletic Association.
Move approval.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Eggers, second by Commissioner Latvala. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item 35, County Commission new business. All right. Who wants to lead us off today? Commissioner Wiggy? Go for it.
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. First, I really wanted to take a quick moment to pay a tribute to a really close personal friend of mine who passed away March 10th. Lieutenant Colonel William Bill Henderson. He was a proud Seminole resident, a devoted husband, man of faith, and a true American patriot. Bill dedicated his life to service to his country and his family, his faith, and his community. He had a bachelor's and master's degree in aerospace engineering, and he went to serve for 28 years in the United States Air Force and the Michigan Air National Guard. He was a skilled pilot, a courageous pilot. He flew F-16s, A-10s, and KC-135s, and did multiple combat missions, including Operation Iraqi Freedom and multiple deployments overseas. After his military retirement, Bill took to the skies once again as a pilot, though for Delta Airlines this time, but above all, remained a devoted husband to his wife of 30 years, Christy, a loving father, and a man grounded in his honestly, a real Christian faith. His life was guided by duty, humility, and a deep commitment to serving others. Every time I would always go over his house, for those of you that know, I like espresso and caffeine. He would always like run out to go to like Wawa or whatever to get me a coffee or a bottle of Fiji water. Since I don't drink, he liked his bourbon and other tequilas and things like that. So he would always make sure that there was non-alcoholic beverages for me when I arrived. Lieutenant Colonel Henderson will be laid to rest at Bay Pines National Cemetery on May 9th. He was a big supporter of Tunnel to Towers, and I just hope that we can honor his life, service, and faith of this proud Seminole resident and American hero. I know, if possible, maybe with the consensus of my colleagues, just a general kind of like resolution or something. I'm not sure, like a life or acknowledgement of his service as a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. If we're able to just have a general consensus that maybe I could draft something, and if no one's opposed to that. Okay. So yeah, I just he was a good man, and as a lieutenant colonel, just that's a high rank, and 28 years of service in the Air Force and military is something to be proud of, and it was a very brief passing, very unexpectedly. So thank you. So with that, a more better note. I attended the UK road show with Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And that was very exciting because we were able to promote the destination, and the United Kingdom is our number one, we get our number one amount of tourists from internationally come from the United Kingdom. So it was exciting to see those relationships and the strength in partnerships to drive UK visitation and increase the travel product offerings. While we were there, we conducted a lot of in-depth training with agents and travel agencies and high-level tour operators that sell Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And there's a real passion, I mean, just from the tour guides and the travel agents that promote our area. Some of them have never even been here, and they say, Clearwater Beach is the #1 beach in America. It is. They even, so it's just exciting. And one of the guys on the team, Pete, goes by St. Pete. He knows all the little coffee shops downtown St. Pete and the museum. So it's really just exciting to see that in partnership with Visit St. Pete Clearwater. They work with a company called Rooster, who really does a great job promoting Pinellas County and Clearwater and St. Pete. So I think anything to bolster that, talking with Brian, sees the UK market as a lot of place to grow and expand, and those people across the pond really plan their vacations 7-8 months in advance. So it's just important to, we keep a positive. They love our beaches, they love the sunshine, and they take going abroad as a point of privilege to come back to rainy, cloudy UK with a tan or burnt a lot of the cases. So it's just great to see them be able to promote our region and to see people that want to be where we live all the time to spend their hard-earned dollars to come here. And so I think that's just a great nod to our county and our staff that work really hard to promote the region and to have such a great county that we all live, work, and play in year-round.
It is pretty cool to see the passion of the agents. And,
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the same thing when I went down in Brazil. I mean, it's just a real passion to sell this destination, and they believe in it. I mean, they're not just saying it; they love it.
Yeah. One of the guys said he would get a Visit St. Pete Clearwater tattoo if that meant he could stay in a few hotel rooms for free if he came here. And so I don't know what him and Brian are working out, but
Well, I don't know.
yeah. It had to be visible though, so it had to be a visible location on the body. So it was just a great trip, and great to see the passion, and great to see the folks in London and Manchester really support our region and Pinellas County. And then with that, the only other bit of new business is the resolution that has been circulated around And so I don't want to, mischaracterize anything. Perhaps Commissioner Eggers, who was at the FISCA meeting last night, it was a good meeting, FICSA meeting, not FISCA, FICSA board meeting last night. It was really great to see the library and the director proactively take steps to resemble the community around Palm Harbor by removing things in the children's section proactively. And then they also are going to put on the children's door their mission statement, which includes a neutral venue. So they're going to include that. They're going to do monthly audits with the advisory board of the library in the children's section to make sure it remains a neutral venue. And they're really committed as a, quote, a change agent, the advisory board. Though, when you talk to the FICSA board members and to hear some of their comments of, how did we get back here? Because this has, come up in years past. And one of them said, we took our eyes off the ball, and he said, it's irresponsible to get back here. Another one of the board members, said in the meeting, thanks for bringing this up. They had no idea, that this was going on in the library. So I'd really like to leave it up to the board. I'm proud and willing to, move forward with the resolution today. But FICSA really has they're not a policy creator at the end of the day. And so when some of the board members say, well, how did this come up again? It's because they can't create policy to limit some of these interactions in the children's section. They're hand-tied by only a budget oversight that if they have an expenditure over $10,000, FICSA approves it. Or they take their budget, review it, and recommend it to this board. And they do now, I think, semi-annual reviews of the directors of the library and Parks and Rec Department. But they have no policy-making authority, and that's this board's authority. So, I'd kind of leave it up to some of my fellow colleagues whether they want to move forward with this resolution or see if the library, again, will get back into the same position, because if the board decides to let the library, go its own course, I will be, if I see something that I don't like, it will be back here again, and we'll be getting emails from people that don't live in Palm Harbor, people that live in St. Pete or Clearwater and Largo that aren't reflective of the community around Palm Harbor, that are fed misinformation, that this resolution is somehow banning books or taking books off the shelf, which it's not. I've made that abundantly clear. It's black and white. And so it's really, does the board want to let Palm Harbor potentially, even though the director said, hey, there's no plan to do anything, but there's no policy that would prevent them from doing something tomorrow, next week, next month. So, I'll just leave it up for the board for discussion, and like I said, willing to move forward or see what other options there are, and I yield back. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Lavala?
Thank you. So I went to the library yesterday with a member of FICSA, and I didn't tell them I was coming. I didn't tell the library that I was coming. So we first went in the teen section, and we didn't see anything, inappropriate. We went into the children's section, and we're looking around, and I asked her, I said, what was objectionable? And she said, I'm not sure. And there's books, about, I think this month is Women's Month, Women's History Month. So there's, books about women and history, and I said, what was Vince's or Commissioner Nowicki's issue? And I said, okay, well, I'm gonna go ask the director. So I went to the front desk and I asked the director, or I asked to speak to the director, and he comes out, and he was actually in the middle of a meeting, and he said, we took it down, but, I'm finishing up a meeting, give me 5 minutes and I'll come out. So when he came out, we had a very good conversation. And he said that when Commissioner Nowicki, expressed the concerns, there was a couple displays, and there were brochures in the kids section about like LGBT issues that he said we didn't throw them out, we just moved them to another part of the library. They're no longer in the kids section. I said, all right, well, thank you. And he talked about how there was a meeting last night, and they were going to talk about a policy, and he was talking about, different things that they wanted to do. And I said, so, and I know last year for Pride, y'all kept a display in here, but you moved it, to the quote-unquote older kids section. Because like the kids section, if you go in the Palm Harbor Library, there's like a younger kids section, and then like an older elementary kids section, and then in a completely other part of the library, there's a teen area. And so we were talking about that, and I said, and he talked about how there were some people last year that, complained to the library, but not like it was the year prior. And I said, I knew about it last year, but I didn't, say anything because I knew that we didn't have the votes on the commission. And so we talked about it, and I said, what are your plans this year? And he said, that's something we're going to talk through. He was going to talk through with his team and whatnot. My attitude is, and then I told him, I said, I don't care what you do in other parts of this library. The only place I care about is the kids section. Because I don't want to have constituents or residents in Pinellas County like I had 2 years ago that have 5 or 7-year-old kids that have to answer to their kids about stuff that they're seeing at eye level in the kids area. About gender identity and the other things that we, had 2 years ago. And so we had to talk about that. And my attitude is, if they're not going to have that stuff in the kids section, then maybe we table this resolution until they do something that they shouldn't do. But if they're going to make proactive steps, which it seems like they're doing, then, that's a win in my book.
Mr. Eggers?
Well, again, just to say a couple of things. The way the board talked last night at the emergency meeting versus the way it was done 2 years ago, frankly, was a night and day difference. I thought the board responded quickly, called for an emergency meeting to have dialogue. The library advisory group, which is the group that talks a lot about, quote, policy preferences that they would like to see, was very supportive of the changes that were discussed and brought forward, which is totally different than it was 2 years ago. I think that the message has been received that certainly a majority, if not most, of the commission feels that none of this really belongs in the children's section, and yet does belong within access requests by the parents of kids of children. If they want to have access to that, they can do that, and they can access that elsewhere. But it seemed to me in the discussion last night that the advisory group and the board and the FIXA board were pretty much, yeah, let's move in that direction. We're giving kind of those marching orders to Matthew, to me, I walked away thinking that we had the opportunity to allow the FIXA board, which is made up of 4 representatives of the commission here, and 4 of the advisory board folks, take matters into their own hands a second time, and at least be reflective not only of what the commission here feels, but also what I heard the advisory board saying through the representatives that were there from that advisory board, and what I heard the FIXA board saying. So I feel a lot more confident that we're at a place that, to your point, Commissioner Latvala, that we can allow them to manage their process, and review that monthly. They're going to go through and just make sure that there's no backsliding. And, the backsliding comes from people who are well-intended. Again, I respectfully, disagree with the characterization that they are out of control. They're not. They're very professional in all that they do. There's some people who have strong feelings about things that they're going to have to get in line with the policy of the advisory board, the library advisory, and the policy of that board. And I feel like this time there's a genuineness about following through and making sure that it reflects the feelings of that resolution. And so, as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather it be run by the organization that has been set up and is a model, has been used as a model down in Seminole for a taxing district that tax themselves for these services. And I'm not saying that we don't have people that complain about it, but when the numbers really come out, there's more people complaining about us doing anything versus doing nothing. And I think we have the right to do something, so I appreciate the effort that Commissioner Latvala kind of started 2 years ago, that you followed up on this year. And I think it's in our best interest to allow them to do let them organically develop. And they're going to be changing their strategic plan. We're trying to take out terminologies that were divisive and replace them with words that have the same kind of connotation, but don't create that divisiveness, that DEI concept, which we don't want to see in the strategic plan. But yet the things that represents, we do want to see, acceptance of people in the library and that kind of thing. So I think there was a receptivity across the board, and I frankly would like to let them see them work it out on their own. That's my thought.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, Commissioner Nowicki, for bringing this to my attention. I actually went through the Children's Library and missed it just a couple weeks ago. I don't know if the displays were not there or what, but this is a well-written resolution. I don't think it's hurtful at all. I think it protects the innocence of children. It's not like we're talking about Robin Hood and Treasure Island and Swiss Family Robinson here. And I just don't see any reason to not move forward with this resolution and make this known, make it permanent, to where if somebody wanted to change this in the future, they would have to come back before the board, and the board would have to vote. No, we want to have these kind of displays in the children's section. I don't see a problem with it. I'd like to make it permanent. I appreciate the effort, and I don't know if Jewel County Attorney has been a chance to review this. I don't know. This is well put together. I'm just assuming you had an attorney working on it. So if it meets the snuff of the county's.
As you all know, I was not here last Thursday. I was home with a sinus infection. Don did review it, though. So Don took a look through it. Commissioner Nowicki got with Don, and he did take a look through it. So it has been reviewed by legal.
Well, I have no problem with any of these conditions. I don't think it's, matter of fact, 3 commissions, on the visual displays, the oral presentations, the pamphlets, the brochure. I don't know why that wouldn't be library-wide. Why would we push any agendas in our library? But if you're happy with just being in the children's section, the prohibition in this children's section, I'm fine with that. So I don't want it to come up again. I want it to be permanent unless the future county commission wants to change it.
Commissioner Wiggy?
I don't know if you had anything to say before I.
Well, I do, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate all the comments, and I agree with Commissioner Eggers, is that, I don't think FICSA is out of control either. I only thought that, perhaps a few staff members were maybe letting their personal bias seep in while on, taxpayer-funded salaries in a taxpayer-funded institution. Because I got a call from a constituent on Friday that said, Vince or Commissioner Nowicki, have you been to all of the libraries to know what's going on? And I said, no, I haven't. That's a good point. Maybe Palm Harbor's in line with every other community library in our county, and I'm the one that doesn't know. So I packed up the car Saturday and went to 7 libraries on Saturday, and then Monday I went to another 6 to total 18 libraries throughout our county, which is a majority of the public-funded libraries in our county, and only Largo, but no other library had anything in the children's section, nothing. So to really single out, Palm Harbor as the sole anomaly of the one that thinks that, hey, this is, okay and normal. And I talked with a lot of librarians in these 18 different libraries, and a lot of them thought that a children's section should be a neutral environment. And some of the steps that, Palm Harbor is taking is nice, but I don't know if it goes the full breach. In some of their books, they have stickers promoting sexual identity. I don't know in the steps that they're taking if they're removing those stickers or not, because all the other 18 libraries that I went to, even Largo, doesn't have the stickers saying sexual identity on the books, just in Palm Harbor children's section. So to Commissioner Scheer's point, this resolution really would, firm up the policy and really adopt the policies that they're already doing into our policy. So that if there is a new library director in a few years, or if there is a change of leadership on the advisory board, that they can't just, okay, change of the wind. We're gonna, do whatever we want to do without input from the commissioners, who are the regulating government body of FICSA and of the libraries and the Parks and Rec Department. So, like I said, I'm willing to move forward with it. So I appreciate Commissioner Scheer's willingness to go that route, but so I guess it kind of seems like the board is a little split on the direction that it wants to go. So I don't know if our chair has some thoughts.
So I had a call with the library director on Friday. A very, very, very good call. We talked for about a half an hour. And first of all, I want to say thank you for Commissioner Nowicki for bringing this up, and Commissioner Latvaler for, I don't know, it was a year and a half, 2 years ago when you first brought it up. And I toured the library, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, whatever, and I didn't pick up on it either. Maybe I just didn't go in that section, or maybe I just didn't see it. But I had a very, very good call with him, and he was extremely proactive and understood the concerns, and even took ownership of some things that he could have done better in that situation. So I appreciate that. And anybody that takes ownership and steps up and says, these are what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. And that was even before you all had the meetings, went to the meetings last night. So my preference would be, if they're stepping up and they're taking ownership and they're making the changes, if we had something like this come out of Tallahassee to us, we would probably be a little, well, this is an erosion of home rule. Of course, it would probably come with some sort of an unfunded mandate as well. But you're right, yeah. We would probably push back on that a little bit. So I would probably prefer to lean on the side of let them manage it. And we always have the option of coming back and doing this. They are the ones that are closest to the community. They work with the community day in and day out. So I would prefer that we just let them manage it, but we keep an eye on it. Trust but verify, as Ronald Reagan would say. And we always have the option of, we have a well-drafted, well-crafted resolution that could be dusted off at any point if we need it. So that would be the way that I would propose that we do it, but, what, Commissioner Eckers?
Yeah, I'm glad I like when people bring up
like when people bring up Ronald Reagan, because I think he was a true statesman and a true compromiser and a true leader in our country, but that's for another day. I think to your point, though, about the stickers, I think that is, again, the idea of that is promotion. And I think that's what we're trying to stay away from, right? So to the extent that, I mean, if the spirit, I mean, you're hearing around this table, the spirit is not to be doing the promoting in the children's section, not marketing, not pamphlets, not that kind of thing. I think stickers on books do the same, promote a concept and should, you know, again, following apparently the 13, 14, whatever libraries you went to that didn't have them. Well, you said 6 and 7, and then the one I didn't know how you got to 18. I was counting, so what your numbers were. But anyway, 14, 18. But the point is that they're not promoting in the libraries. And so to me, that's the message I think that, you know, the additional message you might get from the board here is just stay away from promotion. And if it's the stickers on books, take them off. And then you have your library, it's kind of a neutral, there's nothing about taking books away. We're talking about just not promoting books, they're not promoting that, you know, the promotions that we've talked about before. And you guys go about managing your business and doing your library thing, and that monthly review will just be a way to kind of be a check and balance on yourselves. I really commend Matthew. He's always been a straight shooter. He's always been somebody who owns what goes on in that library. Good or bad, it's really his leadership and his staff that have done a great job up there. And I do appreciate kind of re-looking this topic, and I appreciate the advisory board coming forward with a kind of a strong statement last night. So I think that's the message you're getting here. And if you take that back as your guidance, then I think you've taken what we would like to see happen, and then we don't need to get into any kind of resolution here. It can be taken care of back there. So that's my only additional comment. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner, yep. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry about that.
I never like letting Commissioner Eggers have the last word on anything.
You know, I hadn't noticed that.
But I do appreciate what you said, Chairman, and you know, and I like the carrot and stick approach. And you know, I can't help but tell the difference between, and I don't want to focus on, and I'm not going to mention the last person's name, but the difference between this director when he was here and the last director when he was here in that entire process. And, you know, there was somebody that spoke today, and I'm, you know, appreciative of everybody that spoke that mentioned, you know, the budget and everything like that. You know, that's literally our job is the budget process. And we have a budget process coming up this summer, and I will remind those folks that happens during Pride Month. And when you decide what to do in the children's section in June, we will be having our budget proceedings, or we will have starting our budget workshops. And so, you know, that is our job. And I think later on in new business, we'll be talking about things that Tallahassee wants to do in terms of our budget. And we have a fiscally conservative county commission. And our job is to watch the budget dollar for dollar. And I will remind folks that not only do we have a resolution, we also have, you know, the budget that we can look at as well. So, but I do appreciate the current director's willingness to talk to us and his willingness to, you know, take the steps that he did, because it's night and day compared to the last gentleman that was here a couple of years ago.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Chair, if appropriate, may I ask the director a question or two? If he's willing to answer, of course.
Yeah, Matthew's here.
Yeah, well,
I think he's here. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Hey, Matthew, thanks for coming. So I guess, in reference to, the stickers on the book, I didn't hear anything about that last night at FIXA. So is that something you guys are going to remove from the books?
Yeah, we'll just have to, so the stickers, and it's not just one, as you saw in the brochure that has like the genre guide. It's one of about maybe 15 or 12 or 15 or something like that, identify a lot of different sort of genres, topics, and focuses. The reason those came about actually was to help people not only discover those books, like I said, it's a very small subset of the children's section, less than 1%, but also avoid them. So in other words, if it's something they would rather their child not have, that's a way of doing that. Doesn't mean it necessarily has to be the sort of recognizable symbol sticker, like with a rainbow. Doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be. There's still other ways of navigating that collection. So I understand sort of loud and clear what the implication is there, and that what the recommendation is in terms of what what the concern is. So I think something like that is pretty easily handled. Yeah.
Not to seem like a gotcha or anything, but that's not really answering the question. I mean, yes, you'll remove sexual identity stickers from books in the children's section, or you don't know, or no, you're not.
So removing the stickers, yes. We just want to, again, we want to make sure that we make those available for people who are looking for them, and make sure that people who are not looking for them don't get them, if that makes sense. So that's what we have to figure out. But removing the stickers, yes, we will do that.
Okay, thank you, because one of the FIXA board members brought up yesterday that maybe they want to check out a book, but it could be a sensitive topic, and so the other stickers are like Western, sci-fi. I mean, and not maybe a sensitive, sexual identity topic, and it could be embarrassing for a parent to pull something off the shelf that maybe others would see, bright sticker with, promoting sexual identity. So, yes, if you're willing to do that, that's great. And then lastly, I got a text message about a conversation in the lobby between you and somebody else about, promoting, sexual identity in the library. Was there a conversation in the library or in the lobby that happened about that?
Somebody, and I don't want to, I'm not speaking on their behalf, but somebody who I think it's safe to say seemed against the resolution was wondering about how these decisions are, in other words, the steps that we took came to be. They seemed very interested in that, so I spoke with them.
And so, did you say that you were willing to, put up a flag that promotes sexual identity in the children, teen section, or even outside the library during Pride Month?
No.
Oh, so you won't be doing those things?
Put up a flag in the children's section?
Or teen section, or outside the library that promotes sexual identity during?
No, that didn't come up. That's not something we would have done anyway.
Okay, then that's all I have, and with that, if there's... I guess Commissioner Eggers has something. Okay.
Just lastly, again, I always appreciate Commissioner Latdala's, sternness on budget issues. For one, I will not be going against what the residents of Palm Harbor voted for, which is to have those self-imposed taxes for library services. But I do think that what's different this year is we can revert back to something that I personally don't want to see. I'd rather you guys just take care of it. But we can always revert back to the resolution and take that policy position away from you. And I'd really rather you guys just figure it out, listening to what we have to say, and get back to business of running a library as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Eggers, and thank you all. As I said a little bit last night, the world is complex, and one of the great joys is having an institution that has to deal with those complexities. And so, whether it's criticism or strong feedback, we try to find that expertise that we have and figure out the solutions to those questions and those concerns.
Yeah.
We're very happy to do that always.
Thank you, and thank you for taking steps to make sure your library reflects the community around you. Thank you.
Yeah,
So with that,
that's something we'll always do.
thank you. So I guess with that, Chair, with no further other comment from my colleagues, I guess I'll table that resolution. But we'll be keeping a gadfly eye on Palm Harbor Library. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate your input. Thank you for being here, and thank you for taking all of the action you've taken. I know it's a difficult balance, but we appreciate everything you're doing. So, thank you. All right. New business. You're up. Commissioner Eggers.
We have a half hour worth.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try to be as quick as I can. First, we have a feast ribbon cutting on April 7th, 10 to 11:30. So one of our food pantries has totally renovated complex and continuing to do the business that the community really needs. So I really commend them, but if you all get a chance to be there at 10 o'clock on April 7th, feast ribbon cutting. Thank you. I had the opportunity today to meet Spencer, who is a canine from our animal services folks. And it was just wonderful. Met him out on the trail in downtown Dunedin, took a lot of pictures. This particular dog is young. It's just beautiful and energetic and loving. And unfortunately, a family had a new child, and felt it was just safer to rehome. And the dog Spencer's been at Animal Services for, looks like a couple of weeks now. I saw a picture, he's making himself right at home. But I think he would do wonders for somebody to take him home with them and give him a permanent home as soon as possible. Just reminding folks about the 3 reasons. I'm coming up with 3 reasons to adopt. Save a life and give a homeless dog a second chance, which also makes room to help other animals. Number 2, adoption fees are low, and they cover vaccines, spay and neutering, licensing, vaccines, microchip, and more. So you get good value as well. And 3, you get unconditional love from a dog forever. Because no matter how grouchy we are when we come home, those little things seem to lighten your day a little bit. So good 3 reasons to adopt, and reminding folks that responsible pet ownership is all about spay and neutering pets to prevent unwanted litters and to protect your pet's health. 2, to maintain a current license, microchip, vaccines to keep the pets healthy and reunite them with yourself if they're lost. You always see a story every once in a while about it. I don't know how these dogs get out. They get out, and to have them microchipped so they can get back sooner, the better. And then also, obviously, Commissioner Latvala, make sure that you're a good neighbor and clean up after your pet when you're out walking. So just saying.
Unless you're in District 4.
Yeah. And if you come up, especially if you're in District 4. But anyway, so I'll move on from that. But it was just a great, oh, they're showing pictures. I didn't even see the pictures. You see the pictures?
Younger in that picture.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
See what a dog does?
But look at that dog. I mean, anyway, great dog. All right, I visited the Suncoast Primate Center in Palm Harbor, a new ownership there, trying to do new things and better things up there.
You didn't bring one of those home?
No, didn't bring one of those home. But anyway, good operation, an improving operation, I'll say. I got Jimmy Petronas, who's our CFO, reappointed me to the county representative to Florida Healthy Kids, so I'll continue being that representative at the state level. We had an MPO meeting that I got to chair this month, and it's the first meeting that was canceled before we started because we didn't have a quorum.
Right.
So that's what I do. And to make matters more complex, I'm going to be the chairman next month as well, so stay tuned. We actually had what they call the perfect storm of people having Tallahassee trips. A couple people were sick, and we got 9 we needed 10, so we didn't have it. But anyway, we'll have another meeting next month. Tampa Bay Water, we had a meeting there. We have our new water supply project. I call it the 2028 project. It'll be another 12 to 15 million gallons of water per day generated. at our surface water plant, which is awesome. And we're already working on the 2033 project for a new water supply service. Our 15 billion gallon reservoir, which should be down to about 10 billion gallons at this point, is still at 15 because of all the upstream waters that are been made available. So all is good at Tampa Bay Water right now, and the member governments working together well. And then a local church, just wanted to tell that we're having a ribbon cutting for their memorial garden at St. Andrew's Presbyterian. This was after the storm and the recovery process. This memorial garden represents that first step in this church's coming back. And they just awarded a contract to start renovating the office buildings that had to be evacuated, or I guess the folks that were in there got relocated to in the back of the property to other facilities in the meantime. So we're not going to start reconstructing that. So it's just one story of a church that's trying to bounce back after being flooded by the storm, one of the storms in October. Really proud of them, and look forward to that ribbon cutting this weekend. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. Commissioner Scheer.
Thank you, Chair. I have had a busy 3 weeks. I'll go as quickly as I can. On February the 26th, I was able to tour the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport, the PI Airport. I want to say thank you, Blaine, for taking the time to walk me through the entire complex with Director Thomas Jewsbury. It was very informative. I learned a lot about the operations out there. On February 27th, I flew to Washington, D.C. to attend the National Association of Counties National Conference. And on that day, I also visited with Congresswoman Laura Lee's senior advisor, and we talked about beach renourishment and the proposed merger of the MPOs, because I wanted to get her feelings on those. On the 28th, I attended the Federal Highway and Infrastructure Funding Seminars with Pasco County Commissioner Jack Mariano, which I learned a lot about how we might better acquire funding. And then on March the 3rd, while in D.C. for that conference, I was actually shanghaied by our county administrator and Kathleen Peters and Kelly Levy, and to attend meetings to push for renourishment. We actually, in one day, we visited the White House and met with their legislative assistants and directors. We went to the Pentagon, and we met with Deputy Secretary of the Army, Stacey Brown, and pushed hard for her help to get our funding for the beaches. I met with Congressman Bill Arrakis. We all met with Senator Rick Scott. We met with Ana Luna Polina, our representative, and also with Congressman Brian Donalds. I think it's gonna be good for us. I think it's gonna happen. So, anyway, that was a whirlwind of a day. On March 5th, I went to a meeting that didn't happen because we didn't have enough people there for a quorum. On March 10th, I actually had a great meeting with FIXA, and I got to know Lois Emanuel, Matthew David, and Erica Linford, and Mark Sanders. And I was happy to discover that there has been an agreement reached between FIXA and the YMCA, so I don't have to worry about you two fighting about anything in the near future. Hopefully that's going to get funded and it's going to get built. So I was happy to hear about that. And I got a chance to tour the library and some of the parks, so that was great. On the 12th, I participated in a Fort Pinellas meeting. And yesterday, I had a meeting with CGIS to discuss all the new software that's coming out. That's going to help everybody. I'm really pleased about that. And then I got to review Fort Pinellas' plans to restripe and rework 49th Street from Ulmerton north to Roosevelt, which is right in front of the Government Center on 49th Street. So I wanted to get their input so I could take it back to Fort Pinellas if I had any problems with the traffic flow, because it very much impacts the jail and the judicial center there. So And so, got all that done, and that's what I did.
You also got married.
Oh, yeah, I got married and had a nice cruise.
Oh, yeah, that
and-
too. And had a honeymoon.
Yeah,
and-
I had a honeymoon. Still can't believe Alicia had agreed to marry me, but
We can't
I'm so
either.
delighted. I know, nobody can. So, yeah, and I'm still rocking a little bit from the boat ride, but I'm feeling pretty good.
We were hoping that you didn't call in to our work session on last Thursday.
We would have been very
Yeah, we
disappointed.
would have
Very
been really-
disappointed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure,
Well, I apologize for missing, but it worked out great,
Yeah,
so.
it was a worthy miss, so.
Yeah, I wanted to, since you weren't here, I was going to jump in anyway, but thank you for allowing me to just, Barry, I've been having conversations with Kelly about two communities in North County, Highland Lakes Village and Cobb's Landing, where trees have been planted over the years in the right-of-way. I'm a huge supporter of our infrastructure improvements and everything else, and they're coming up on repaving up there and reworking, and it's highlighting the possibility of removing 42 trees within Cobb's Landing and some more trees in Highland. So I'm just continuing to encourage her to be as creative as possible, because we scream and yell at people when they want to remove a tree. And we're talking about probably 40 there and another 30 down below. So we're talking about 70 healthy trees that wouldn't normally be planted where they were, but somehow they got by us at the time. And
Yeah, we sent out correspondence to all the commissioners because
Yeah.
we knew this was going to be an issue.
Yeah. Well-
So you received that for that purpose. Obviously, Public Works staff, they want to save trees.
Yeah.
And so to the extent they can, they certainly will.
Yeah, well, we'll have, creative conversation, hopefully before they start chopping, before they start. Anyway, that's all I had. Thank you.
Chair? I was just going to say that Commissioner Shear's point about Ford Pinellas, that hopefully you're keeping an eye out that, because on Ford Pinellas's website for alternate 19, they do include dedicated bus lanes as their long-term vision. So hopefully, you keep an eye out.
On Alt 19?
Yeah.
There hasn't been any discussion about dedicated bus lanes.
On Alt 19.
Not on Alt 19,
No.
yes.
Well, if it says that, it's just.
Yeah, it's on
not
their
gonna-
website.
There's no room for it.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I just
But
figured
I
I'd just throw
appreciate
that
it,
in
yeah.
there.
Appreciate
You'd
that.
have to take them through people's yards.
Well, it's there's a study for Alt 19 going on right now, because if you think about Alt 19 from Clearwater to where it goes all the way down into St. Pete, that is a commercial corridor that is ripe for redevelopment, and it's on PSTA's #1 route currently. So it is envisioned that it will be a transit-dense corridor long into the future. So they're just kind of planning for what that's going to look like, but there's no plan for lane elimination. Express bus service, yes, but not.
And you were
not
talking,
lane
yeah,
elimination.
when you said that, that's the south end of it. I'm thinking of the north end of the county. Of course, that's what I always think about first. And they're not doing anything up there, but there was conversation initially about that. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Leffel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended the Sea Blues, Clearwater Sea Blues Festival, the Yak meeting, toured Heritage Village. I participated in the as part of the canvassing board that you were on for the election day in March, earlier this month. And it's a really solemn duty. And I did really enjoy doing that, even though I was just an alternate. And serving on the canvassing board, you learn all sorts of stuff. And, I'm never one to throw a colleague under the bus, because that's not my style. But I did learn that there are rules now on canvassing board. Jewel, she was there, she remembers. For instance, there's no coffee allowed anywhere around the table because of an incident that happened years ago with coffee, and you get coffee around ballots, all heck breaks loose. So on that note, oh, thank you. Look at that. I mean, I didn't mean to pick on the old guy, but there was a story that we were told years ago, and I'm never one to try to publicly, bring attention to my buddy in the 4th district.
I appreciate that. I'll make sure I take it when I go.
But it should be clarified that when you spilt coffee all over the table years ago, there were no ballots that got destroyed.
That is correct.
They may have had to redo some, but nothing was destroyed. That election did go on.
Yes, it did.
And everything was secure. But there may be a reason why you haven't served on the canvassing board since. But anywho, that's neither
Thank you,
here nor
Commissioner
there.
Latval. I appreciate those thoughts.
Also, I served, or I didn't serve, I attended the Habitat Home dedication, Longleaf Preserve, with our chairman. And I had a briefing and meeting with the Anti-Defamation League CEO, Jonathan Greenblatt, in Tampa a week or two ago. That was really interesting. Anti-Semitism knows no party boundaries, knows no demographic boundaries, and something that everybody needs to be mindful of. I wanted to thank our county administrator. School board member Katie Blacksburg recently brought to my attention a mentorship program that the school district is doing, where they're trying to get large employers to get involved in mentoring kids 30 minutes a week. I brought it to Barry's attention, and it turned out that the county did it years ago, and Barry was familiar with it. And I believe we have somebody at the county that is now in touch with the school district to get more information. And the commissioner who was involved in setting that up years ago, who I also want to give a shout out to, is Commissioner Karen Seal, who was involved in that program, and that was that was her creation. So hopefully the county can take part in that and affect the next generation in a positive light. And now to everybody's favorite topic, and that is the Tampa Bay Rays. And I know that we have a public records request from a local law firm about our communications with MLB, the Rays, and other folks, which, anybody can submit public records, and that's perfectly fine, and we will certainly, do that. But one question I have for you, Barry, is I know that they did something on social media a week or two ago. Have they sent any kind of official termination?
Not that I've seen, no.
Okay. Well, if and when March 31st comes and goes, and they do not keep their end of the deal, I'm interested in trying to recoup our expenses, because you spent hours of your time, Don spent hours of his time, we hired outside counsel, we hired outside consultants. The county did spend years. I mean, this, I think, was going on before I got elected in 2022. If not, then it would just started then. And, I mean, I don't know what kind of recourse we have, but I think sending them a letter asking, hey, this is how much money we've spent, would you reimburse us for a deal that you have said that many times they have publicly said they had the money for it. They just chose not to do it. I would like to at least see if they will reimburse us for those expenses. And I think we should get a bill together and send it to them.
Well, I don't know if you saw the comments today from one of the smaller equity partners who was defending him.
Right.
And at the same time said that the real reason in October was a miscalculation on the financial deal on their part. It had nothing to do with any delay. It was really about them underestimating the cost of the stadium.
And it goes back to what Brian Auld said to our chairman back in October, before that meeting ever happened, after the fact, they called him a liar. They tried to blame us for a made-up delay that was never in the contract. And now, you know, publicly, they've blamed insurance, they blamed construction, I think they blamed Trump. They blamed all sorts of people.
But this guy, this equity partner said it was their own miscalculation.
Correct. And I mean, Stu is just a liar. And he's either a liar or he didn't have the money. And, but what I think is we should ask him for the money. And he said to the Tampa Bay Times, he said to other people that they had the money, and Matt Silverman said they had the money. So if they had the money, okay, if you want to, you know, be a billionaire, that's great. Now you can pay back the citizens and residents of Pinellas County. And, I mean...
I'd be happy to look at it.
Yeah.
Do you have any gut feel for what we spent on consultants?
Because I would think it would at least be in the couple millions, wouldn't it?
I've got an idea, but let me get that together. You know, we do have Inner Circle Sports, we have outside counsel, and there's some, you know, probably other ancillary costs, but I'm sure between Chris and Don and I, we can come up with that. I'm also on a call this next week with the city, you know, and so I can raise this with the city also.
And probably a couple of thousand hours of Don's time.
Yeah, and your time. I'm sure you spent a day or two hanging out with those great folks.
Yeah. Okay, all right. All right, so as Commissioner Lavella mentioned, we served on the canvassing board this year, and I get there the first day, and I sit down, and Julie's across the table from me, and the judge is there, and I grab a cup of coffee, and I sit down, and she's just glaring at me. And I'm like, what? And she says, that's coffee. I'm like, yeah, I know it's coffee. She said, well, do you know what happened? We spread a lot of stuff out, a lot of papers out here. Do you know what happens when you spill coffee on papers? I'm like, well, yeah, okay. She says, but they're ballots. I'm like, okay. So I just kind of grab my coffee and I put it down on the ground. So then she proceeds to tell me the story about, you know, my good colleague here on the right that spilled coffee all over. Then they had to redo some ballots and stuff. But anyways, I won't belabor that point. But yeah, I won't. All right, so getting down to business here. So maybe 2 weeks ago, I want to say it was, Barry and I had an opportunity in advance, now that we're getting into budget season, in advance of our serious budget discussions, we had a meeting with the sheriff. Long meeting, a very good meeting for, gosh, just close to 2 hours we met with him. And just to talk about really long-term budget sustainability, I mean, which is something that's been, you know, a concern of mine since I got elected is, you know, the increase in the county budget has been significant over the years, and there's a lot that goes into that. It's not all just general fund budget, but the sheriff is about, you know, 45-ish% of our general fund budget, and understanding that, you know, 90% of his costs are his people, and recognizing that we do need to take care of his people, is how can we do that in a, you know, kind of long-term sustainable way, in addition to his capital expense and his other operating costs. So it was a very, very good, productive discussion, and I think kind of leads us into, you know, sort of kicks off sort of our budget season going forward here, which was I think a very good theme that came out of our strategic planning. I think that we're all concerned about long-term sustainability of our budget, and particularly in these times where we have a lot of people out there that are hurting from hurricanes, paying 2 mortgages, et cetera, and trying to be respectful of their pocketbooks and doing everything we can to provide further tax relief going forward. So that was a very good meeting, and I'm looking forward to our discussions as we get into budget season. And something I would like for us to think about as well as, do we really need that 5th floor shared budget? To me, that's something that is difficult to track. I think if, for greater transparency, I think it would be better if we just had our own individual office budgets, and we just manage that rather than having a shared fifth floor budget. So that's something that I would like for us to think about and have some discussion as we go down the line here. So terms of activities, since our last meeting here, in addition to not spilling any coffee at the Supervisor of Elections, I made some welcome remarks at the grand opening of the Avera Health Institute. Was one of the first riders on PSDA's new Airport Express shuttle, the grouper between Pye and Clearwater Beach. Hopefully the service will meet both the need and create revenue and help boost PSDA's fare box recovery, because we do charge a premium fare on that, and ridership has been steadily increasing since it started. Attended the groundbreaking for the HCA Florida Countryside Emergency Room with Commissioner Eggers. Also attended the John Maroney Legacy Foundation's annual Law Enforcement and First Responder Appreciation Dinner with many of my colleagues. And it's always a good reminder of just what a great soul John Maroney is, and how much we all miss him, and how much he did for this community. Had an opportunity to attend the first priority Tampa Bay luncheon at Bel Air Country Club. Did a Florida interview with Florida Voice Radio on hurricane recovery and long-term budget sustainability. Also spoke at the Bel Air Women's Republican Club about budget, transportation, and the raise. I toured the soon-to-be-open new community dental clinic in Clearwater that provides comprehensive dental service, education, and access to dental care for the uninsured, low-income adults of Pinellas County. They do just a fabulous job. They're opening a new facility, greatly expanding their footprint on Missouri Avenue. Attended the Habitat for Humanity dedication with Commissioner Latval as well. This past Saturday, had the opportunity to join the Friends of the Pinellas Trail annual Volunteer Appreciation Day picnic, and thanks to Jill Silverbird and Paul Kazi for being there as well. Had a great time at the Valspar tournament, walking with pros on Sunday. And this morning had the opportunity to tour First Contact, which handles 211 and also the 988 suicide and crisis lifelines. So very interesting to see what they do for our community and all of the services that they connect for people. And then this Saturday, I will be attending the 75th anniversary of the Coast Guard Auxiliary and saying a few words at that. Looking forward to that. And then lastly, I think it was yesterday, I forwarded to all of you. I'm not sure if you got it individually or not, but it was a letter that came to my office from the executive offices of the governor. Basically, it was a Doge letter indicating that there's a response required from the county, and actually all municipalities as well, confirming that the county is not in default with about five different criteria, which we are not. I did forward that. I felt it was appropriate to send that to Ken Burke, who is the comptroller for the county and handles the audits for the county. So I was looking for some consensus from all of you here for myself and Ken Burke to reply on behalf of the county in that regard. I've already been working on a draft with clerk, with Ken, and the county is fully compliant with that. I suspect that this may be the first of probably several requests that the county will get on that. But if you're all okay with that, with the clerk and I responding with that, everybody good with that? Okay, all right, good. And that is all I have. That is all I have. And we have all of about 12 minutes before our next meeting. So, unless there's anything else for the good of the order, we are adjourned until 6 p.m. All right. Good evening, everybody. We will call to order the public hearing portion of our March 25th, 2025 meeting today. And I'm going to make my way to the podium. So typically, we do presentations at the beginning of our meeting. But today we've made an exception because we have Clearwater for Youth with us today, and the youth couldn't be here at 2 o'clock because they're in school. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Kevin Dunbar for Clearwater for Youth, who's going to tell us all the wonderful things that his program is doing for kids here in Pinellas County. Come on up, Kevin.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kevin Dunbar. I'm the Executive Director of CFY, Clearwater for Youth, and with me is Hoyt Hamilton, Sean Overton from our board. Can't remember this guy's name, but it'll come to me. I'll tell you, Chief Slaughter, or is it Assistant City Manager Slaughter? Daniel Slaughter is with me. Beyond excited to be here. As many of you know, CFY has branched out all throughout Pinellas County now, from Tarpon all the way down to St. Petersburg. In 2024, we gave away almost $1 million to support the youth of the community in making sure that a child can play youth athletics, they have proper safety equipment, they're safe in the water. We work with Pinellas County Schools to do Title I water safety. But what we're here tonight to talk about is we recently awarded working with the Philadelphia Phillies and the Toronto Blue Jays, 39 college scholarships to 39 Pinellas County youth. 7 of them we have here with them today. And so we are beyond excited to present those to you. Real briefly, I ask our Vice Chair, who many of you know, Hoyt Hamilton, to say a few words.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I can tell you, 14 years on the Clearwater City Council, I never had a job as difficult or time-consuming as going through 300 applications and then having to rank those applications and pick my top 20 and then rank my top 20 from 1 through 20. It is an effort that you better have 3 or 4 open weekends on your calendar to get through. And it was, but it's always fun. It's always fun to see these young people receiving the scholarships. Eric, go ahead and bring them up so we can get them up here. And it is so rewarding to see these youth and going through these applications and learning about them. And we're thrilled to be able to offer these scholarships and present these young people to you today. And I'm going to turn it back over to Kevin.
So all told this year, the 39 students, $335,000 worth of support for each of those. And as I mentioned, they're throughout Pinellas County. So as I call their names, I'm going to ask each one just to take a step forward so that you can identify who it is. Victoria Fleming is from Richard O. Jacobson Technical High School. She'll be going to Arkansas State as a bowler. So she is a Division I, will be a Division I collegiate bowler. This is Victoria. Next, is Victoria Fry here? Did she get here? Okay, oh, she's here. Okay, great. Victoria Fry, also from the Richard O. Jacobson Technical High School. Victoria will be going to the New College of Florida, and she is a varsity softball player, team captain, and one of the things CFY is proud of is the many programs we support, and she was a Clearwater Lady Bomber. So another Victoria. Angela Merkel, again, another student from the Richard O. Jacobson Technical High School. She will be attending SPC Veterinary and Technical Program. and very involved in Future Farmers, as well as Serbian folklore dancing. One thing just to mention about these three girls. So we offer really a couple of different scholarship programs. A lot of them is based upon, many of you know, Dick Jacobson or Richard O. Jacobson was very involved with CFY in his years being in Pinellas County. And so for us, it's kind of full circle that he's been involved in supporting us. Our scholarship program's named after him, and all three of those girls came to the high school that he provided funding for to make these opportunities. So again, it's paying it forward, it's the full circle stuff, so it's kind of neat kind of stuff. Next, through our partnership with the Pinellas County Sheriff, we have Tori Robertson from Largo High School. Tori will be going to Bethune-Cookman University, varsity basketball, varsity volleyball, as well as she received the Basketball Leadership Award, involved with the Greenwood Panthers and the Clearwater Junior Tornadoes. Again, two programs that we provide support for. One of the other neat things that we do is we call them post-secondary scholarships, and that's because we also provide vocational and trade scholarships. And our next two winners are two vocational trade scholarship winners. From Pinellas Park High School, we'll be going to Irwin Technical College for nursing, Gabriella James. Next, we have, sponsored by Spencer & Associates Architect, Anaya Rodriguez from Bayside High School, and she'll be going to Pinellas Technical College for cosmetology. And we have another Anaya Schooners, who is from Boca Ciega High School. And for those who know Patty Barris, the Barris family is her sponsor of her scholarship, and she'll be attending the University of Central Florida. I'm sorry? Oh. And her specialty will be healthcare. So these are just 7 of 39 students. We have been going around to different meetings depending upon where and when, but we are beyond excited to present this group to the chairman. Chairman?
Thanks, Kevin, and congratulations to all of you. And you all have very bright futures ahead of you. So why don't we have all the commission come up and we'll get pictures with these wonderful kids. Okay, now we're going to move on to item number 37.
Agenda item number 37 is case number CW 2502. This is a proposal by the City of Tarpon Springs to amend the county-wide plan map. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the authority to be heard.
Okay. Anybody have any questions, thoughts? Anyone want a presentation? No? No? Can we have?
Move approval?
Okay, motion from Commissioner Scheer, second from Commissioner Latvala.
Commissioners, wait one.
What?
Oh, this is to be continued to April 8th.
Oh.
It's in the fine print. I
All
didn't
right.
catch.
So
Sorry.
moving on to 38.
Agenda item number 38 is a proposed Tax Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act resolution.
I'm sorry, we need to vote on the continuance. We do
Oh,
need to vote, we do need
Okay,
to vote on the continuance, yeah.
Okay, got it.
And we're date.
We're getting off to a
And
rough
if you would
start here.
please continue it to a date certain, so that it doesn't need to be re-advertised to
So is that,
May 6th. On item number 37,
So continue it to,
May 6th.
okay.
This one is the one that was going to be continued, and then there was a problem with the quorum at Ford Pinellas, so we're just a little bit off. That's why you see that, Commissioner Eggers.
Okay. All right, so would you amend your motion to continue this until May 6th?
So amended. My
Okay.
motion.
Commissioner Latvala, you okay with that? Okay. So we have a motion from Commissioner Scheer, second from Commissioner Latvala. Any further discussion? Okay, if we can open up voting. Okay. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, item 38.
Agenda item number 38 is a proposed Tax Equity Fiscal Responsibility Act resolution for issuance by the Pinellas County Health Facilities Authority of its healthcare facilities revenue and revenue refunding bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $25 million on behalf of St. Mark Village Incorporated, a Florida not-for-profit corporation, for a project to be located in Palm Harbor, Florida. The public hearing was properly advertised, and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay. Okay, do we have any discussion, questions? Okay, motion from Commissioner Eggers. Second. Second from Commissioner Scheer. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, if we can open up the vote. Okay, passed unanimously, thank you. Item 39, and I do have some speakers for item 39.
Agenda item number 39 is a petition submitted by Pinellas County to vacate that portion of Roberts Road Extension, County Road number 36, declared to be a public road in Board of County Commissioners Minutes, Book 18, page 464, filed on August 16, 1944, being 40 feet in width, lying between a line 20 feet east of the west line of Lot 57, Section 242715, Tampa and Tarpon Springs Land Company Subdivision, Plat Book H1, page 116, Pinellas County Public Records, and the north and south center line of Section 242715, Pinellas County, Florida. And that portion of Maxway Road, County Road number 86, declared to be a public road in Board of County Commissioners Minute Book 6, page 41, filed on May 18, 1926, being 66 feet in width, lying south of the east and west center line of Section 242715, and lying east of Palm Harbor Boulevard, alternate U.S. Highway 19, along the south boundary of Sections 232715 and 242715, Pinellas County, Florida. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, all those individuals who plan to speak on this item must be sworn in. For those wishing to speak, whether you are attending in person or virtually, if able, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Signify by saying, I do. Letters of no objection have been received by the clerk from the appropriate parties. All interested parties have been notified as to the date of the public hearing. No correspondence has been received by the clerk, and the matter is properly before the board to be heard.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we'll go to public comment. We have Nicole Lynn, followed by Patricia Lolis. Are you ready, bud? Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of the applicant that came together with the county, actually, to submit the application for the vacation. I was just sworn. really am here in case there's any questions, and I'm glad I showed up, because in case there are questions I can answer, I will try to do my best. But the application was submitted on behalf of, what I'm working on anyway, on behalf of the Innisbrook Golf Course Resort for the Innisbrook Parcel L subdivision. So if there's any questions, then I'm happy to try to answer the best I can.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, next we have Patricia Lolis.
I'm very confused where this area is. Are there any maps or?
She's asked, I don't want to start her.
I mean, we can have a presentation when you're done speaking.
You can have a presentation when?
What was your question?
I don't understand where this vacated land is taking place.
We can have
I'm on part of it, I think. So that's why I'm opposed of it.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you have a seat? We'll do the presentation first, see if that answers your questions. If not, then you can come up and...
So you'll have some maps and things up to
Yes.
show? All right, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, with that, then why don't we have a presentation?
All right, Michael, you're up.
Good evening, Michael Schoderbach, zoning manager. This is a request for a petition to vacate. Again, it started with the Innisbrook Parcel L request to facilitate their development, but the county wanted to expand this to encompass properties off that. You can see the two areas for the request. It's a portion of two different petition roads back from the 1920s and 1940s. These roads were never constructed. They took place, request for petition, before these developments took place. But now with all the development in place, there's no need for these rights-of-way. So you can see most of the vacation is on the Innisbrook property. However, it does touch the adjacent church off of Klosterman Road, which is the Pleasant Valley Church. Roberts Road is the one in blue. It's only the portion being vacated is what's not being built. It's completely on the Innisbrook parcel. Max Road is the one in red, which runs from Klosterman down through the Innisbrook property and then down. It touches development being built there to the west. That's kind of underneath that gray box, and then continues over the trail and then hits those already developed properties that intersect on US Alternate 19. And then this just shows easements out in that area. And utilities. And then this shows the approved development of the Innisbrook Parcel L that is moving forward on approximately 48 acres. There's 3 phases in that. It consists of 174 units. This property was approved, went through site plan. Their next step is plat after this vacation. Again, this was reviewed by the county staff. They had no objection, and when it started on just the Innisbrook parcel, the county requested that this get extended to include properties off of there, so the county partnered with Innisbrook to take over those, the request and bring it forward to cover all those areas. We had no objection letters from all the utilities. No utilities will be impacted, and again, staff recommends approval.
Questions? Commissioner Eggers?
So that, I guess, east-west piece at the lower end of the drawing there, that is part of it.
Yes.
It's going through some developed land, so this is kind of an after-the-fact thing because I guess it wasn't addressed when the development occurred?
Correct, yeah. It's, sometimes these petition roads don't get picked up easily because since they were done so long ago, we really have to dig into some historical records to find them.
Are there any negatively affected properties from this action?
No, and in actuality, it will free up more developed area on the properties. It takes away this actual impediment of development.
Thank you.
Does it negatively affect any residential properties at all?
No, and it's only on unimproved, never been constructed, so we're not touching any current usable right-of-way.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Okay, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
All right. Patricia, did that answer your questions? Would you like to come up and speak?
Am I understanding it's not going to be a road then? They're just vacating land so that they can build?
They're vacating the land so they can build the approved development that was previously.
That they're doing?
Yes.
So there's not going to be a public road or anything there?
No.
Now, does it entail any part of my parcel, which is Block 5, Lot 61? Because I read something about 20 feet of it going into my property.
Well, if it does, it doesn't, there's nothing going to go there, so it would
Nothing.
actually just free up your parcel. Right now, it has an underlying road that was never built on it then.
So it's not going to affect my fencing or what I own?
Correct. No. Michael's shaking his head at me. He'll tell me if I say something wrong.
Are you doing this? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then I had a card for Anthony Lolis, but he said he was not speaking, so we're good? Okay, all right, thank you, sir. Okay, so that's the end of public comment for that item. Do we have any other questions from the board? Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Eggers.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Scheer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, if the clerk could open up the voting. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 40. We do have a number of public comment cards on that one as well.
Agenda item number 40 is case number LDR 2404, a proposed ordinance amending the Pinellas County Land Development Code, Chapter 138 zoning. The public hearing was properly advertised and an affidavit of publication has been received for filing. 4 emails of concern, 1 voicemail of concern, 8 emails in opposition, and 2 in support have been received by the clerk. The matter is properly before the board to be heard.
I'm thinking, why don't we do a presentation on this, and then we'll do public comment. Good evening, Kevin.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Kevin McAndrew, Director, Building and Development Review Services. The first reading on this matter, which occurred on February 25th, it provided valuable input from both residents as well as from this board in giving very specific direction as to modifications to bring back to you in the form of the ordinance that is before you this evening. I'm going to walk you through those specific updates and then summarize the timing of the launch of this program if adopted by the board. So there were 5 specific ordinance provisions that were identified to be modified, to be brought back to you. The first was to keep the maximum occupancy to 10 persons, as well as deleting or removing any exemption to children. So the ordinance before you is based on that maximum occupancy of 10 persons. With regard to noise, The quiet hours are brought back to what they were prior to the first reading, from 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. There was a discussion at the first reading with regard to also there being changes and updates to our noise ordinance. That's Chapter 58, Article 12. Those updates are currently being advanced in coordination with the county attorney's office. They will be brought back before you. It entails additional research, and most importantly, when that's brought back, we want to make sure there's no conflict between the short-term rental ordinance and our noise ordinance. The definition of bedroom was updated per state statutes, per the Florida Building Code, as well as our housing code. For clarification, the significance of tying this to the state statute is that the definition includes that a bedroom must be located along an exterior wall, have a closet and a door. It must have emergency egress in compliance with the Florida Building Code, and clarifies that rooms such as a kitchen, dining room, den, sunroom do not qualify as a bedroom. The fourth modification is vesting language, which incorporates that lease agreements in place prior to March 25th, today, 2025, will be accepted until those leases have occurred, and then be bound by the ordinance going forward. The fifth modification was sexual offender language per state statute. In addition to this language being within the ordinance, it's also been incorporated within the application itself. So the responsible party or owner in moving forward with the lease agreement has the responsibility to confirm if there is any guest that is a registered sex offender. Then it would be immediately brought to the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office as in compliance with the state statute. The first hearing also included a very robust discussion about potential future regulations, and staff actually has already begun to evaluate those. The majority of those entail additional research and coordination with the county attorney's office. We're at a point where if this moves forward, we'll track the effectiveness of this ordinance, and if necessary, potentially come back with revisions as necessary. There is one particular item of discussion that I did want to clarify, and that had to do with the restriction of on-street parking, because this is actually a policy that is in place today. It does not require any kind of modification to an existing code. Public Works has what is referred to as a traffic management program policy for determining support of various types of traffic controls, including parking restrictions. And how this would work would be if there is a neighborhood that brings forth a petition, they can self-impose parking restrictions that can be signed and enforceable by the sheriff's office. The important clarification to that is that this type of policy would not typically be specific to 2 homes or 3 homes on a block. It would generally include an entire street. But it is something, though, that does exist today and could be brought forward by a neighborhood if they wanted to put this, self-impose this type of restriction.
Kevin, and could that restriction be time sensitive, like during the day? Like it could be from 8 in the morning to 8 at night, or 8 at night to 8 in the morning?
Yeah, this is all something that, again,
Part of
Public Works traffic would evaluate that type of consideration.
Okay.
And Kevin, how would, if a neighborhood wished to go through that process, how would they start that?
It's actually a petition to the traffic division within Public Works.
one more question. What does it require? What percentage of properties are required to get the petition process started? Or
I don't have that level of detail. I did have a coordination call with Tom Washburn, who would be overseeing this program within Public Works. And again, it's something, though, that with a level of confidence, he stated that it's in place today in certain areas, and this is something that could be brought forward. So
it seemed to me that it
Commissioner
was.
Eggers, the policy, I did have the policy. It requires 60%. Says the community contact is required to meet with their neighbors to secure approval of at least 60% of the properties. So the properties, not just necessarily like voters in the area.
So every property gets one vote?
One vote,
Yeah.
correct.
60%, okay. Well, that makes a big difference. It's like 100%, we might have a problem, but at least 60%, something, at least a community that's not overrun
got bailed out
already.
again. Thank you, Joel.
Yeah. Okay. I had another question on noise, but.
Okay, thanks.
What I wanted to do to just sort of conclude my presentation is just highlight the components of the program, the approach to launching this. If this ordinance is adopted this evening, our website dedicated to short-term rentals would go live later this evening or tomorrow. We would immediately deploy a very robust educational campaign as far as social media, flyers, rack cards. We actually, in the middle of April, would have a training session, a virtual training session for all short-term rental operators to assist with the certificate of use application. And next Monday, March 31st, would actually activate the certificate of use program. And as I had covered at the first reading, we will send out batches by zip code from North, Mid, and South County to require a third of the short-term rentals to register by the end of May, June, and then July, to then have the full complement on board. Code augmentations in place. They're trained. We have a dedicated short-term rental administrator, and the technology is in place to support the registration, the address identification, as well as the compliance monitoring platform, which really scrubs all the advertisements within the host platforms, and the 24/7 hotline. There is a companion agenda item. If this is adopted, that would follow with regard to the fee schedule that supports this program. Again, this is a self-sustaining program, so the revenues that are generated from the fees support the total cost of this program, from technology to staffing to communications. And I would just want to sort of finish where I had left off last time, which is I really consider this to be much more than just an ordinance update. This is a total reset for short-term rentals in Pinellas County. This is a comprehensive program and approach that is a new day in bringing accountability to short-term rentals. And as we've stated, if we need to fine-tune this going forward, we'll do that. And codes aren't static, and so we'll be back.
I agree with you, Kevin. It's been a long road to get here, but I think we're landing in a good place. And I want to thank you, Tom Almonte, and the County Attorney's Office, and all the staff. I know you guys have worked tremendously hard on this, and I really, really appreciate that. So do we have any, before we go to comments, questions, Dave?
Yeah, just a few questions, Kevin. So looking at preclusion of special events, which, again, in having some discussions with some residents that have major issues with, for example, a wedding being performed in somebody's backyard and, overwhelming the neighborhood as far as not only noise and people and cars and all of that. So what are we doing about preclusion of special events? That was on a list of things for us to look at potentially. I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on putting something like that in here and how that would look.
So a couple of points on special events. First would be the consideration of advertising. If any short-term rental property owner, or for that sake, any business that in a residential zone that would advertise the ability to host a party, a wedding, that's subject to a type 2 use approval, which would have to go through the DRC and then to the Board of Adjustment and Appeals for an approval. So that gives us a mechanism right there to enforce for somebody that's looking to advertise this type of special event. From a practical standpoint, somebody that's hosting that type of event, again, on a residential property, this is subject to further coordination with the county attorney's office, but there is a case to be made under the home occupation, where if you're operating a business, whether or not that again, to host and facilitate those types of uses in a residential property are subject to a type 2 use. So there is something there to follow up on.
So in the ordinance that we're putting together, it will specifically say those are not allowed with the exception of without getting a type 2 variance? Or is it just kind of left open and they shouldn't do it unless they do that? I think it should be more explicit.
Well, it's in our land development code under chapter 138. It doesn't have to be within short-term rentals. It exists that to have that type of function in a residential property, it's subject to, so code enforcement has that ability to act with that under chapter 138.
I still think it's good. You know, the short-term rental folks are going to be looking at this document. They're not going to necessarily be going out to all of our other codes and land development codes and stuff. So just
Commissioner
reference.
Eggers, we had actually talked about this at staff level as to something that we thought might come up this evening. And I think that if it's your desire to put something like that in there, what I would recommend is, because I agree, people are going to look in one place for regulations. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think if you wish to do something like that, what my recommendation would be is to include more of a general statement so that if we change the code related to type 2 uses, we forget to change something back in this one, we don't create a conflict. So I like when you do cross-references to keep them somewhat general, and we could state, commercial events are not allowed in these areas without, complying with the standards in the land development code or something that's going to point them in the right direction.
But at least we have something in this document that says that's a no-no unless.
Sure. And one of the other things we could talk, if you bear with me for a second, I know some of the issues that came up at the last hearing. For instance, one of them was security. Through the type 2 use process, you could impose that as a condition if it was approved. It might very well be denied. But some of the nuisance factors that we talked about, the parking, the noise, the security, some of those things could be handled through conditions if there was an approval for a property for an event like this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I wanted to speak a little bit. You and I had some discussions about the whole concept of noise metering and other alternatives besides noise meters. I think noise meters are just a problem. So you said you're like looking at that aspect of potentially having different words that are supported by our kind of the Constitution, if you will. So if you could speak to that.
That terminology is currently in the noise ordinance. I can't speak to enforcement. I'm obviously not an enforcement person. Many years ago, I in fact wrote the ordinance probably 20 years ago to add that language in because there was frustration, I think primarily from the law enforcement officers, because they have, I think, like 2 for the entire, for all the deputies. I think that we have more than 2, and we have significantly fewer code enforcement officers. So we did put a loud and raucous standard into the ordinance. That is a standard that's sanctioned by the United States Supreme Court. We're going to go back and take a look at the noise ordinance, make sure that's still a good standard. We're going to do some looking. Well, one of the many issues that was raised at the first hearing is loud people, shouting and yelling at each other at, the wee hours of the morning. And my attorney that works with code enforcement has indicated that's been a little problematic in the past. So we're going to do a little research on that, try to close the loop there, and then amend your noise ordinance to account for some of these issues we're talking about, to bring consistency between what we're going to see in the short-term rental ordinance and the noise ordinance. When we go out to enforce noise, the noise ordinance is what's going to be used. And so that is in the works. It'll take a little bit of time to make sure that we're consistent with current case law.
And it can be different for our commercial areas and our residential homes.
We do have some differing standards in there because, of course, noise in a commercial zone is less offensive than in a residential zone.
Well, we want to encourage people to go there and have their parties and their weddings and their, and not in the neighborhoods. Okay, then, let's see. Talk to me a little bit about, we talked at length about the revocation option versus the injunction process and why you kind of prefer one over the other. So just if you could speak to that.
Absolutely. You all heard me say at the last hearing that I strongly prefer not having a suspension process, but going straight into court to request an injunction to just shut down an operation. Based upon some research between the last hearing and this hearing, I even more strongly recommend that as an option. Some of the counties that do have ordinances on the books and have had some litigation, one county in particular we spoke with has taken out their suspension provision because of legal infirmities that they identified. I did have some discussions with that attorney. Happy to speak with any of you behind closed doors. But again, I do not recommend that we put that into the ordinance. We have so many other tools to deal with the bad actors out there. And again, I'll say, if you have a bad actor such that you need to suspend their certificate, do we really think that they're going to stop operations if we just take their certificate? We're most likely going to end up in court anyway, so we can just go straight there with enforcement. And also keep in mind, there's various ways that this can be enforced. We can write a citation even to the tenants, and that goes into county court. You hear us affectionately call it love court. That's where your local ordinance violations are tried. We can write a special magistrate fine. That would go to the owner of the property. That's something where if the magistrate finds a violation, liens can be imposed on the property and fines accrue daily until the whatever the violation may have been is remedied. The most effective and probably most draconian step that we will ever take is to go into circuit court to get an injunction. And that's simply when we go into court and say, this person is not complying with our ordinance. We've tried, we've given them notice, we've given them opportunities, we've worked with them. We need you to issue an order telling them they can no longer do this. And if they don't comply, we go back in and get a contempt order, which comes with sanctions. So again, that would be my recommendation. And Commissioner Eggers, if I did not cover what you anticipated, just let me know.
No, that was fine. And then I just had two other quick questions. One is, and it maybe the first one is for Kevin, and I certainly understand the strain building that you talk about on the inspection process, but I certainly would like to see, even though it might be in every other year that you practically do it, I would like to see up to twice a year. Because I think they need to be on notice that it can happen at any time, and it can happen more than once. So if they get their inspection in March of the, let's say next month, well, then they're clear for 2 years on the inspection side. So I just want to make sure that we have a little bit more of that, well, we could come twice in a year if we wanted to, and it not be set like when we're coming. So that's just a thought. And then you talked about you just spoke about higher fines. You needed to do more work, Jewel, on the higher fines. Because there's a magistrate process, $1,000 per day, up to really hitting them heavy with fines at some point.
We can, and I do have some information here, Commissioner. Typically, you're going to see the fines. What I have here from the statute, the state statute that enables our process, that's going to set the maximum fine that we can impose. The fines are going to be imposed, at least at early on in these cases, they're going to be somewhat imposed with the discretion of the magistrate. So in other words, I have here a $1,000 per day fine. Oftentimes when people come in before the magistrate, say for the first time, you're going to see that at like 150, maybe 250, depending on what the violation is. So don't necessarily expect that it's going to be 1,000 the first time around. It can go up to $15,000 per the state statute. Now, that's going to be where they find something to be irreparable, irreversible, but we do have the ability to get the fines up there. Oftentimes, as I mentioned before, when we go to circuit court and get an order that says, stop violating our ordinance, sanctions can be monetary. You know, we often try to craft what we may request as a sanction to, you know, make the penalty fit the crime. You know, make it something so that we can stop the activity that is violating our ordinance. Sometimes we may go in and ask for a monetary penalty. Hey, judge, they're advertising that their unit is available for $500 a night, and they've rented this out 10 times longer since they've been in violation. We want you to impose the fine commensurate with the profits that they've made. We could ask a judge to do that. We don't know if they will, but we can fashion remedies like that.
Well, again, I think the tighter we get, and I know there's going to be aspects that we're going to be looking into and researching. I think we need to put some time frames on that so that we at least revisit some of these things that we can add to it. I just think it's important for, I think residents, the difference if you have two residents side by side and, you know, they're upset with the other person for being particularly loud in their backyard, it can work against you that way too. So if you're nice and neighborly, then you go next door and say, hey, can you keep it down a little bit? But if they don't, then they can be subject to the same kind of noise issues that we're talking about. But generally speaking, residents can be good neighbors. I mean, that's generally the difference. These folks that are coming in on their short-term rentals, they're not really neighbors. They're just transient residents. So there's a big difference, but it does swing both ways. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear on that point as well. So thank you. That's all I had for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Dave. Any other comments, questions? Okay. All right, well then, let's go to public comment. Thanks, Kevin. All right, we'll start with Christian Krager, followed by Erica Herring. Good evening.
My fiancee, Laurie Cottrell, spoke at the last meeting about the 5 years of hell we've endured living next door to 1566 Penwood Circle in Largo, which has been converted to a party house complete with pool, basketball, pickleball, putt-putt, croquet, and fire pit. On average, we have our once quiet neighborhood infested twice a week with rude, obnoxious, drunken travelers with zero respect for the homeowners/voters in the neighborhood. Based upon the feedback you received, there should be no doubt that you're absolutely not to move forward with the proposals that would only serve to increase profits for non-resident LLCs. The one next to us is owned by folks out of Portland, Oregon. That would only serve to increase profits for non-resident LLCs while further deteriorating the quality of life for Pinellas County residents/voters. That being said, what you have not done and what should be your focus moving forward is two, and I listed here. One, put in place a countywide uniform set of rules and guidelines specific to licensed short-term rental properties that coincide or bolster local ordinances where local ordinance lacks clarity and/or guidance. These LLCs are businesses operating 24/7, 365 days a week, and need to be regulated differently than a private residence. Two, put in place a county enforcement team. I can assure you, City of Largo code enforcement is worthless on this matter. Funded by additional taxes and fees levied against the LLCs, which I'm quite certain would be approved by the voters. Three, all violations of rules and guidelines will be documented and addressed through written warnings to the LLCs. After X number of written violations have been issued, fines will be levied, $500 to $1,000. That way, when the bachelor party rolls in town and raises hell for all weekend, disrupting the neighborhood, the LLC owner who was paid $1,000 for that weekend, he can give it right back to Pinellas County in the form of a fine. That will send a strong message. Four, should problems persist and the LLC has reached maximum permitted warnings and fines, A hearing is scheduled, an LLC license is revoked, and that property is deemed ineligible to function as a short-term rental for 5 years. That way, the LLC has no choice but to sell the property, most likely to a family unit, which will help restore normalcy to our neighborhoods. In closing, by merely considering these abhorrent proposals, it has become quite clear that you may have forgotten who it is that you should be standing up for, but you may very well be reminded of that come next election cycle, should you fail to represent the will of the people.
Thank you. Next, Erica Herring, followed by Andrea Stark. Up here, I believe so. Oh, wait. She's actually, oh, so you're speaking,
Yeah, there should be one for each commissioner, and then for 10 minutes, I'm speaking for.
is everybody here on this speaker's list? Can you all raise your hand?
1, 2,
3.
3. There's supposed to be 4?
Okay,
Okay.
okay, all right.
Do you want me to list their names or anything?
Go ahead.
Okay. First off, I would like to thank the Board of County Commissioners for the revisions made to this proposed ordinance regarding max occupancy and noise. I would also like to thank you for the time you have spent meeting with concerned residents over these issues. As County Commissioner Chair Brian Scott stated, this is the #1 concern that he gets from constituents. There are so many features of this proposed ordinance change that I believe will be of great benefit, such as the certificate of use, inspections, max occupancy, and noise, but I have concerns with enforceability and consequence. We could have the greatest ordinance in the world, but if we don't have the ability to enforce it, what good is it? I understand that state preemption limits local governments from regulating duration of frequency of short-term rentals, and of course, this is a fight for another day. However, to my knowledge, there is no state preemption on noise, max occupancy, parking, or suspension or revocation of certificate. The first photo I have, which I don't, is there a photo that? Oh, okay. Okay, oh. How do I?
Put it right down.
Put it underneath the
table.
No, there it is. Thank you, everyone, for your help. So in the first photo, we have a photo that I took last week, another fun counting game that I love to do with this short-term rental. So we count the cars, and I know we already talked a little bit about this, but there's 7 there. Eventually, there was an 8th car. There were at least 16 people that were staying here at the time. And I followed the steps to file a complaint with code enforcement for max occupancy in cars. And if you look at your handout, the first item is an email reply from my code enforcement officer. As you can see, the officer states, the biggest issue is determining who's an actual guest at the residence and who is just visiting the guest. Now, it's my understanding that 10-person max occupancy means 10 persons within the boundary of the property, 24 hours a day, which we all strongly advocated for at the last hearing. So I'm not sure why determining who is a guest and who is visiting a guest really matters. They should all be guests, they're occupying a space and should be parking, within the boundaries of the property per the county code. The code enforcement officer further stated that he would continue to monitor property for codes he can enforce. So if he's correct on this, then how is this ordinance going to give him the ability to enforce max occupancy and cars? The bigger issue I have is the response time. I gathered data for this complaint over the weekend while code enforcement was off duty and filed the complaint Monday at 8 a.m. Based on the email response, my code enforcement officer did not drive past the property until Tuesday, over 24 hours later. While adding weekend shifts seems helpful, if the response time remains the same, this will not be of benefit. The inherent nature of these short-term rentals is fast turnover, so in order for the ordinance to be enforceable, you must provide adequate code enforcement officers who can respond at the time of the call, not days later when the offending partiers have already checked out. Next photo, please. Can we switch to the next photo? So the next photo is to exemplify why it's an issue to not enforce off-street parking. This is a fire truck unable to pass due to cars in the street. You can see the firefighter leading the fire engine in reverse on my street. My street is too narrow to accommodate careless parking. People in my people who live on my street are typically responsible with street parking, so I don't believe that a petition is necessary for the entire street. However, short-term rentals must be held to a higher standard because renters are often completely oblivious to neighborhood-specific safety concerns. Imagine if a short-term rental street parking violation was the reason a first responder couldn't get to one of my disabled family members in an emergency. Yes, I understand that for cars blocking the street, we are to call Pinellas County Sheriff Department, but in an emergency within the home, I'm not going to check the street to make sure a fire truck or an ambulance can get through because I'll be inside dealing with an actual emergency. We need to be able to enforce repeat parking offenses for short-term rentals as a deterrent to reduce the chance of a violation when there actually is an emergency. And according to my code enforcement officer, we can't enforce excessive cars at short-term rentals. And then the next photo. The next topic I'd like to present is the noise ordinance enforcement. I have emailed and spoke about my concerns with our county's inability to enforce the noise ordinance for short-term rentals. This is due to a lack of decibel meters as well as lack of code enforcement availability and response time. The current and proposed ordinance continues to require decibel meters in order to issue a citation 10 p.m. to 9 a.m. for short-term rentals. You have all seen the videos from neighbors of loud and disruptive music, yelling, obscene and loud language, etc., and none of the videos ever result in a citation or consequence. Videos are not currently admissible to issue a citation due to the need for a decibel meter reading at the time of incident. As I have mentioned, I am advocating for a short-term rental noise ordinance like that of St. Lucie Village or Indian River County that eliminates the need to use decibel meter readings. Copies of these ordinances are the second and third handout items. The definitions are plainly audible, sound or noise that can be measured or detected by a human without benefit of hearing aid by a reasonable person of ordinary sensibilities, and plainly discernible, which is ground or airborne vibrations associated with sound which can be detected by the human senses of a reasonable person of ordinary sensibilities. And then the next photo is in St. Lucie Village. This ordinance prohibits any noise to adjacent properties that meets the plainly audible or plainly discernible definition. It also prohibits use of radio or amplification system noise to adjacent properties in the same way. And then the next picture is, here's a short-term rental noise and vibration restriction code from another waterfront county in Florida. This is Indian River County, and I'm sorry, the picture is a little bit cut off, but it's the third item in your handout, which states, it shall be unlawful for any person to make, continue, or cause to be made any unreasonably loud noise or vibration which disturbs the peace or which would cause discomfort or annoyance to any reasonable person of normal sensitivity. Now, I'm sure your argument is going to be that this is too subjective and can't be enforced, but the next item, I spoke to the supervisor of the Indian River County Code Enforcement, and this actually can and has been enforced in unincorporated areas of the county. If you flip to the fourth item in your handout, you'll find the meeting minutes for the case number that I highlighted for the Indian River Code Board. In this case, 2 fines were issued to the short-term rental owner for noise violations based upon a video recorded by the neighbor. The neighbor testified on the location he was standing when it was recorded. The police reported that there was no music playing when they arrived, and reportedly the renters could see the police coming and turned it off before they arrived. But because you could clearly hear loud music on the video, which was recorded on the neighbor's property, the code board determined that it was a violation and fees were issued. Per the Indian River County attorney, if a reasonable person found it to be a disturbance, it's a violation. And therefore, because of how their noise ordinance is written, videos can be used as evidence to issue a citation. If needed, I can also supply additional documents and letters that went out on this case if you'd like to review them. So this is exactly what Pinellas County residents are asking for. We have all the evidence you could ever need to prove certain short-term rentals to be party houses that are extremely disruptive overnight. I know you've received countless photos and videos recorded on neighboring properties. I believe strongly that if you modified the short-term rental noise ordinance to no longer require decibel meter readings, you could finally hold the bad actors accountable and validate that the property rights of your constituents do matter. And then my last recommendation for the proposed ordinance changes for a pathway to suspension and revocation, or as was discussed, straight to revocation. Implementing something on a county level that would have been similar to the vetoed Senate Bill 280, which is the 5th document in your handout. As you can see, Senate Bill 280 has had provisions for suspension based on number of violations in a 30 and 60-day period. And to my knowledge, there's no state preemption on suspension of certificate of use. Therefore, I recommend real consequence for short-term rentals. For instance, if they have 3 violations in a 30 or 60-day period, following the suspension schedule for 30 or 60 days as highlighted on your handout. Furthermore, if a property has multiple suspensions, I recommend revocation or refusing to renew the certificate of use. If bad behavior of these transient renters has the power to hurt the income of the LLCs with risk for revocation for repeat offenses, I can almost guarantee you that the LLCs would be more cognizant of who they allow in their rental properties, which would ultimately reduce complaints from residents and improve quality of life for those who have to live next door to these businesses. I also encourage you to consider the development of a resident-based task force for short-term rental regulation advocacy. There are plenty of concerned residents who would be happy to devote time to this initiative. We are hoping you will consider making these changes today if possible. Another year of this nightmare is the last thing any of us want to live with. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, next we have Nicole Poot, followed by Linda Dentisa.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Pote, and I'm an attorney with Lewis, Longman, and Walker, and we represent a number of short-term rental owners here in Pinellas County. We are here today to express our concerns with the proposed ordinance as written, which we believe will not address the enforcement issues discussed at the February public hearing. Instead, the proposed ordinance overly restricts property owners from utilizing their homes as short-term rentals without truly addressing the public's concerns. Just like you all, our clients agree that reasonable regulations of short-term rentals are necessary so residents and renters can coexist in a way that is acceptable for everybody involved. However, the ordinance as proposed overly restricts property owners, reduces economically beneficial tourism, and punishes all short-term rental owners based on complaints of bad actors. Moreover, we believe that the language that is currently being proposed in this ordinance is so restrictive on short-term rental owners that it functionally regulates their duration and frequency and is likely to have a chilling effect on the good actors who own short-term rentals and who just want to rent their property in a good faith, compliant, and respectful manner. The worst part about this is that we do not believe the ordinance as drafted is going to stop the issues residents are upset about. Since 2018, Pinellas County has already had an ordinance that regulates noise, limits occupancy, and requires a number of parking spaces per occupant. Nonetheless, the bulk of public comments in February were issues with noise, house parties, and all-around disruptive behavior. This demonstrates that this is truly an enforcement issue and as such needs to be addressed through enforcement mechanisms instead of through an overly burdensome regulatory framework that punishes the entire short-term rental community. The most troubling part of the proposed ordinance is the occupancy requirement. Notably, the revised bedroom definition is likely to violate Florida's fire code and seriously deprives property owners of legitimate use of their property. Although the proposed occupancy looks like the existing definition, when coupled with the new bedroom definition, is simply unduly restrictive. At least the occupancy requirements proposed in February, which included a carve-out for children, was far more reasonable and better balanced property owners' rights with the public's stated concerns. Families vacationing with their children are simply not the issue here. As such, to the extent the county wishes to revise its ordinance, we would respectfully request that more reasonable provisions such as those proposed in February be considered and stronger enforcement against bad actors be the county's focus. Thank you all so very much for your time. LLW also submitted a letter further detailing our position. Please let me know if I can answer any questions.
Thank you.
And if you need a copy of that letter, I have it.
Linda Dentisa, followed by Hillary Simpson.
Good evening. Oops, sorry, that was loud. I was here last month speaking, and Within the last month, I have called the Sheriff's Department once. I yelled over the fence several times. I tried to deal with Airbnb complaining, and after about 6 emails, I found out that that was no use because it was A1 or a bot or some computer speaking to me. So I didn't get anywhere with that. In unincorporated Pinellas County, it says running a home-based business is generally allowed, but with restrictions to preserve residential character, including no retail traffic or visible business activities. As far as we know, these STRs are very visible business activities. And they should not be allowed in our neighborhoods at all. We are private neighborhoods trying to enjoy our homes, and we hear nothing but drunks, screaming, swearing, music. It is absolutely ridiculous. I probably had 6 heart attacks last month. Joke, but, and there are no good actors with an STR, as said in the previous speaker. I'd like to know who's gonna check on all these STRs. I have several here that I wasn't prepared to speak today, actually, but I don't know, I don't believe that there's 2 sets of bunk beds allowed in 1 bedroom. That's 4 people in a bedroom. Most of these bedrooms are small. I even seen 2 sets of bunk beds and an extra cot on the floor. And I have one here, let's see here. Someone advertising for 11 guests, 16 plus guests, 14 guests, 20 guests. I don't understand how these are allowed. I don't know how you're going to like control or stop them from advertising this. It is just, it's gotten out of hand. These homes are like event halls. And it is really affecting people's health, their livelihood. These people come here and spend 10, 12 hours outside, and the noise is ridiculous. People that live in these homes permanently, they go to work, they run errands, they go to the grocery store, they might spend a little time outside, they watch TV, they relax, they pay bills. These people, it's just a party all the time. And I really would like to see these completely stopped, but we'll work on that on another date. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Hillary Simpson, followed by Andrea Stark.
Good afternoon. First and foremost, I wanted to thank you all for listening to all of the public comment from last month and making those changes, or I should say retaining the major issues that we really as residents spoke about, meaning maximum occupancy, removing children 12 and under from omission from that occupancy count, and then retaining quiet hours. You know, I think one thing that we can all agree on is that there is an issue that stems from having a short-term rental property next door to your home. And part of that issue is enforceability. And I do think that that is something that deserves attention. And one thing that I really do appreciate from this new revision is that it allows for data collection. So that hotline is going to be able to identify where are the issues occurring and how often are they occurring. The one thing that I think still deserves attention is what happens after you identify that there's an issue, because over the last year and a half, I have identified many issues, 15 pages of issues, 300 videos that support violations of our current code, and not one fine has ever been issued. I have neighbors that have also submitted noise affidavits, and just like Jewel mentioned, because it was spoken word, yelling at 1 a.m. that woke my family, it wasn't considered a violation of our code. Just last weekend, we called the sheriff's office to respond to, again, an incident occurring at 1 a.m., and it took an hour for the officer to come to our home because he had to go to the administrative building to obtain a decimal meter and then return to my home. So now I have to choose between prompt resolution of the noise that's disturbing me at 1 a.m. on a Thursday, or do I try and catch these people because the only way that I'm going to get them fined is if I have a decimal meter that reads a specific volume at a specific time? And so I do, that's a conversation for the noise ordinance, absolutely. But I don't stand in front of you today to advocate or to dictate how someone else uses their private property. I'm standing in front of you to advocate that the use of someone else's private property, the use of it as a business, isn't dictating how I utilize mine. Over the last year, my family has modified how we utilize our home. We obtained a variance to build a building in front of one of the major issues, the sports court that neighbors our property. We're looking into replacing our windows. We now sleep with sound machines. And we actually leave when we think that there's going to be disruptive renters. We leave our home because the things that get brought into our home, it would be unreasonable for me to take my kids to downtown St. Pete at McDitton's, and every weekend downtown St. Pete is ending up in my backyard at a bachelor party. And that's not the neighborhood I bought into. Thanks.
Thank you. Andrea Stark, followed by Helen Gorgon.
Hello. I'm Andrea Stark from unincorporated Madeira Beach, Bay Pines, somewhere over there. Definitely affected by all the hurricanes. We talk a lot about recovery. I've started this, what I was going to say, at least 6 different times this week, but it seems like every day there's some fresh new thing. Consumer confidence down, looming recession. Every day it is something, and it's moving at lightning speed. And we don't understand why this can't be moving at lightning speed. Zoning, what this comes down to zoning. We were promised to live in a single-family residence. Single meaning one, not multi, not a frat party. Family meaning our families. A lot of our ancestors, a lot of our family left our houses to us, and we hope to leave ours to them. We probably won't be able to. Property owners are not homesteaded owners. A lot of talk about, let's eliminate property taxes. That ain't homestead taxes they're eliminating. Those are corporation property taxes. These DOJ purge letters that are probably on all y'all's desks, who's going to be left to take care of enforcement and database management? And we had the biggest tourism year forever last year. The word is out. We are tourism heavy. We're over-tourismed. A healthy tourism industry should not rely on the backs of your residents, of our residents, of my family to surrender their homes, their security, and their pursuit of happiness to support a healthy tourism industry. These are cheapskate tourists, okay? They come in our neighborhoods, they come by the droves, they clog up our roads, they order Uber Eats, they get a case of beer, and they hang out at the pool there. Our local businesses are hurting because they are putting their businesses over in tourist industries, over in hotel industries. I can't believe our FDLE isn't up in arms. You're turning our brave men and women into campus police, into frat house. They say, you got a problem? Call the police. We have human trafficking and fentanyl issues in this county, right? Do not do this. These people are leaving. 741, according to DeSantis' website, 741 federal workers will be eliminated. How many will be here? How many teachers are going to be gone? Our census information will be changing in 5 years because large parcels of land won't show children or old people. Thank you for your time.
Helen Gorgon, followed by Ken Gorgon.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Helene Gergen. I have lived here since I was 13 years old. I grew up on Hamlin Boulevard. I live in a house that's 1 mile away from where I grew up. We were promised life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We are getting none of that lately. We have in our neighborhood 9 Airbnbs within a square 1/10 of a mile radius, or rectangle, square, whatever. Of those, we also have 3 trailers that people are renting out as Airbnbs in their driveways. We haven't even addressed this. First, I take issue with the attorney's version of the bad actors. The attorney represents the owners. Who are these owners? We don't know who they are. They're the LLCs, the corporations. We are here because we have tried to do this. When we call the county, we are told there's nothing that they can do because there are no provisions that would apply. And we have called the county. One time we had guns drawn 2 doors down from us. This happens quite often. I am for an ordinance, but I think it even needs to be tougher. And there should be limits on how many Airbnbs are permitted in that 1/10 of a square mile. We have 13 counting the mobile homes, and the regular residents, we only have, if you count their houses, there's about 15 of them. Does that sound fair to us? We also have a lack of affordable housing because a lot of the corporations are buying homes and they're being marketed. Oh, this is a great home to buy for an Airbnb. You can fit 10 people in here, 20 people in here. And we have one up for sale right around the corner from us, and that's how they're advertising it. They're paying high dollars, and they're literally running hotels. People are in and out of the homes, sometimes in one day, one night, a group comes in, next night, another group comes in. We have someone near our home who has a nail salon in her basement. She has cars in and out. So if she's running a business and they're running a business, somehow our single-family zoned neighborhood is not being, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ken Gorgan, followed by Jake Stowers.
Ken Gergen, I'm going to give you a little bit of my background. I'm a former code compliance officer, building inspector, plans examiner, construction administrator, and a Pinellas County utilities manager. I'm going to talk a little bit about code. First off, I hate to dispute you, but the bedroom definition has been around since the 60s when I was working, and 70s, so you have no idea what you're talking about. The common theme here is code and ordinances. They've been around forever. They're there to protect us. Mr. McAndrew's doing a great job, I think, and that ordinance, I think, is wonderful, but I don't think it goes far enough. I don't think there's enough money in it, and I don't think there's enough employees in it. Having been that code compliance officer in a beach town years ago, it's a tough job. I would recommend that we hire off-duty police officers so they can, for nighttime, so they can actually enforce that type of thing, and you can hire them through the contracts that we have with the outside employment agencies with the county. Green space, okay? Let's put all the parking on the property. Okay, let's do that. You know what? Let's pave it all. There's green space requirements, state law, Chapter 11, as well as to maintain your rainfall on your property. Right around the corner from our houses. 2-story house, garage, bedrooms over it, triple driveways, now more driveways. Now they're building a basketball court. So who's enforcing the green space requirements, which goes to Florida law, and overtaxing our storm drainage? Codes, if we're not enforcing them, and we ever get sued for it, How much is that going to cost us? Okay, bedroom requirements, as Mr. McAndrews said, smoke detectors, minimum size, minimum height, windows, et cetera, et cetera. If we don't have enough people to enforce enough money, we are going to get sued one day, and we are self-insured, as I recall. I think we still are, right? Is that how that works? We don't have an insurance company. So we're putting ourselves in a liability situation unless we get much tougher, put a lot more money towards this, and a lot more enforcement. Basically, if we enforce the minimum codes and with this new ordinance and make it much tougher, I think we'll be in a lot better shape. Home exemptions, homestead exemptions. We know of at least 5 of these places. They're claiming homestead exemption. They're renting them full-time as Airbnbs. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I think that's illegal. Okay? And you should have a comment from one of the real estate agents in the area. Illegal dumping. My wife mentioned the trailers. Okay? If anybody ever pulled a trailer or had a motorhome, where do you dump the poopy? When it's sitting in your yard and you're renting it out every night. You know what they're doing? They're illegally dumping it into the cleanouts, into the sewer, which is a violation of our code. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake Sowers. Good evening, Jake.
Good evening, Commissioners. How are you all doing? I'm here tonight as president of our association, Arbor Hills Property Owners Association, approximately 400 homes. We have had issues via VRBOs. I will tell you there are some that are fine. May not like that, but they are. We have pretty strong deed restrictions, and we enforce them. For instance, we don't allow parking on yards. We do certain things like that that are some of the issues that might come up with. I'm supportive of where you are right now. Perhaps I know a little more than other people about how state regs and county regs work. But I think that what we've got today is good. The issues are going to be, and some people have brought it, is the enforcement. The enforcement of not only the advertisers and the agencies that manage them, and as well as our own code enforcement officers. You're going to have to make sure that they're responsive very quickly. When I was in charge of code enforcement, I used to say, okay, this has been an issue, we're going to have weekend work. And we would make sure people were out doing that so that you could, in fact, be available. 4 hours later, 8 hours later, you may miss the opportunity to pursue enforcement. I think that's going to be critical to the process. I do think that one statement in there had to do with the advertising, or the property manager said, if necessary, they should be available. Quite frankly, they are the first line of defense. They're acting for the LLC or the owner. Mention the LLC. We have 6 to 10, we aren't sure exactly how many short-term rentals we have. We are a waterfront community. But recently, a lot of homes are turning over and selling. We believe it's close to about 20% of our homes are owned now by corporations and LLCs. That being the case, it appears we never adopted a short-term rental in our deed restrictions. We've had deed restrictions for 60 some odd years, so it's been around for a long time. But I think the process is going to be the administration of what you've got. The noise ordinance has always been an issue. I know that, but anyhow, that needs to be worked on. But I do think there are ways and opportunities that could come down with that. But I think it's a great step. 10 is enough. Children, maybe so. I have a VRBO right down the street from me, a 2-story waterfront home, 3 houses away. They advertise 21 people. That can't happen. You can't have that because it's at a cul-de-sac. And you could end up with, you are not going to be able to get the vehicles around, our own vehicles. But generally, I think what is here today is good. I think the fact that you're going forward with the noise ordinance revisions would be positive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, that concludes our public comment. So now we have board discussion. Do we have any Questions, further comment? No? Well, go for it, Dave.
Yeah, I think, the message that we heard last month, the message we're continuing to hear today is about enforcement. So we can come up with something theoretical that sounds good and should work, but, it really comes down to whether we're committed to enforcing what we all agree is important. And I haven't really heard enough detail about the size of this team, this rapid response team that's going to be available. I think we're going to have to be a lot more excessive, and that means it's too much, but that's not what I'm getting at. More people, boots on the ground, so that we can respond in a timely fashion, because the point is, if they call and we do respond 4 hours later or 6 hours later or the next morning, what good does it do? We could have a new tenant in there, or a new, a new renter. So I think we need to really look at this enforcement piece. We need to look at our staff that's going to be available to do this. And if there is a we're paying for itself, then that's great. And if it means we're going to have to supplement because as we start up, we're not going to have enough to do that, then we need to look at that. Because quite frankly, again, the state has taken our ability to have neighborhoods like we want to have them. And so what we're trying to do now is navigate within that order, what the state has done to try to come up with ways to make it as palatable as we can for folks that are here tonight, but also many others that are going through the same problems. Obviously enforcement's extremely important. And I do think I want to see definitely on the not allowing commercial activities. We need to have that definitely in here, and I know it's not in here now. I definitely want to see quickly look at the noise meter versus the loud and raucous. That gives us more flexibility. I also want to, I know that you have some thoughts on this, but I also want to hear about the ability to use some of the data that they collect. The young lady there that spoke about all this data she has that we could use, and we're hamstrung. And then when they come, they do see people coming, and they, conveniently click it off, and we have nothing, but we have all of it that we've been accumulating. So I'd like to look into that definitively. And let's see. The inspections, we've talked about that. I think we need to at least say up to a year. We don't have to do it. I'm just saying I think we need to make sure that they understand that they're going to be on notice a lot more than once every 2 years. And I mean, as far as a proactive inspection of their place. I'm just looking at my notes all over the place here, so I'm sure I've missed it, but you've captured some of the thoughts that I had earlier. I'm really excited about the start. I'm really excited about the registration process. I'm really excited about getting them on the rolls, for crying out loud, to get a picture of what we have. I mean, we know what your neighborhoods have because of you guys continuing to tell us, but there's a much bigger picture going on. And this will at least start to tell the story. Somebody mentioned, finding hot spots that are out there. I think that's exactly what we need to start doing. We need to start finding out where the problems are. And it usually will go back to the owner of the property who really could give a crap. As you said, somebody out there said there's many good ones. And those owners probably are okay. But there's a lot of bad ones, and maybe we can start zeroing in on where the bad ones are and start helping some of these folks sooner rather than later. But again, I am really happy that we're starting to take back the rights that were taken away from us here locally. And we were supposed to develop a comp plan 40 years ago that said, here's where we want to have people do these things, and commercial here, industrial here, and this is how we want to do it. And we continue to have those rights eroded, And I think it's a problem. It comes down to right here, people having a problem in their own backyard. So we're going to do our best to try to bring it in as much as we can, and I think this is a great start. And I want to make sure that we're holding all of our collective feet to the fire to continue adding to this over the next few months as we investigate some of these other issues. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eggers. And I view this as not an ending point at all, but a continuing discussion as we gather data and we learn what works and what doesn't work. We can revisit this in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, whatever we feel is appropriate going forward. So I think we've got a lot of good things in here. Hear the comments that are being made, and we'll see how this works, and we'll find out what works and what doesn't work, and we'll come back to it. So, okay. Final.
What can we start doing now? And again, do we have the right to start using the data that's being collected by our residents in having our code enforcement officers cite and fine people? Do we have the right to do that? Forget about where it ends up in court and whether the folks that are complaining will go to court and be honest and truthful in court. That's a whole different. Can we do that and start collecting some data for these guys and gals over here that are doing the work, and start holding people feet to the fire now instead of, I know we got a lot of things that are going to be unraveling over the next few months to add to this, but I think that's going to be an important piece.
All right.
We can, to answer your question, I'm sorry, Commissioner Eggers, we can use whatever evidence complies with the evidence code to go into court and prosecute a case. I will say it's easier when we have direct evidence that our own code enforcement officers have witnessed. Not to discount anybody here. Certain citizens testify better than others, I'll say that. But when people collect data, they have to come to court. They have to testify. They have to be under oath. They have to be cross-examined by the other side. So it's probably sounds a little better on paper than maybe it is in experience, but we can use that evidence.
Can we use the evidence to find them and then let them take us to court on the fine? Can we go deliver a fine? Can we deliver a fine and get them fined, and it's an account receivable for us, and let them pay the fine? Or take us to court and fight the fine.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Everybody has the option to pay the ticket straight away.
Right. Okay.
And if they don't, it's set for trial.
All right.
We have the burden of proving the case.
Okay.
So it's not
That's
like
fine.
they're taking us to court. We have the burden.
That's fine. Thank you.
Commissioner Nowicki?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Eggers, for pointing out some valuable information. Do we know when a date is set to bring back the noise ordinance issues or research on that?
Answer a question over here.
I emailed Kevin when we got the whole list of things about, the noise ordinance, and he said June, July, and so I just didn't know if there was like a specific date when it would be brought back, the noise ordinance.
I do not have a specific date. It is a priority. I can say that. I don't have a specific date. I apologize.
Well, Kevin's stepping forward. If he can answer that more specifically. I don't know.
Now, as Jewel has expressed in discussions with staff from the county attorney's office, the best estimate they could provide on a time schedule was June or July.
Okay, yeah, I mean, thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, I just think that's like the key component from what we're hearing is that we really need to have the teeth to enforce it and have the noise ordinance really match that to really put residents first. And I think that's what, this ordinance is trying to achieve by putting residents first.
The sooner we start, the sooner we'll get there.
Yes, so I look forward to supporting this tonight, so thank you.
Is that a motion?
I make the motion, yes.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Nowicki. Do we have a second? Second from Commissioner Eggers.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggers raised the point of possibly mentioning in the ordinance that, hey, you need to go look in the zoning code if you're going to have any activities. I don't know if there's an interest in doing that.
Yes, there is.
If you were, what I would also suggest is the maker of the motion, make that change, and then authorize the county attorney and county administrator to work out language so that we don't have to come back here for a public hearing. We can absolutely do that, like I've said, and it's going to be Mary's staff and my staff working with one another. But just a generic reference for the weddings, the parties, that if you do this, you have to go, look here in the zoning code, just to make them aware.
I like that. I like that amendment.
Yeah, I make that amendment per change per the county attorney's recommendation.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, can we open up the voting? All right, passes unanimously. All right, thank you, everybody. Moving on to item number 41.
Agenda item number 41 is the proposed resolution relating to short-term rental fee schedule to support a proposed ordinance of Pinellas County, Florida, providing for the administration, management, and enforcement of a short-term rental program, inclusive of the certificate of use requirement within section 138, 3232, and this is regular agenda item companion to item number 40.
Okay. All right, any discussion on this item? Okay, do we have a motion? Okay, motion from Commissioner Nowicki, second from Commissioner Eggers. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none, can we open up the voting? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you, everybody. All right, we are adjourned.